There's no pro microphone or con microphone. And if you have something to read, I recommend that you come to the podium where the light is better.
Rib,
Yes, Caddy.
we do need you to be a little louder.
Okay. I'll do my best here. I'm a quiet person. So this is our first town meeting in a while, and my first indoor meeting as your moderator. We all remain concerned about COVID, and for that reason, in consultation with the Board of Health, we've set up 2 rooms here. The gymnasium is set up as an overflow space in case more people show up than this auditorium can hold, but also as space where people can spread out if they're more concerned about being closer to others. Everyone's been encouraged to wear a mask, but no one is required to wear a mask. Just please, everyone, be respectful of each other's personal decisions. Caddy Chase is going to be serving as assistant moderator in the gymnasium. She will have a microphone from which those in the gym will be able to participate. But if you're in the gymnasium and wish to speak in the auditorium, by all means come into the auditorium and we use one of the microphones in here. If you wish to speak to any issue, please come to a microphone and form a line. As I said, if mobility is an issue for you, Daniel will bring you a microphone. If you raise your hand, and we can see you do that. If you do rise to speak, I ask that it be to ask a pertinent question or to offer an insight that hasn't previously been presented. And when I acknowledge you, I ask that you please clearly state your name and address, and then I will recognize you. A few general procedures for our meeting. All speakers must address their remarks to the moderator. No back and forth among members of the deliberating body. Weston Town Meeting has a long tradition of vigorous, civil, and respectful debate. This means that we stick strictly to the issue, we avoid impugning the motives of any person or group, we avoid any personal attacks or references to other speakers by name. Any speaker who fails to honor this tradition will be ruled out of order. Civility enables all participants to speak and be heard, without interruption or demonstration. No hissing, booing, clapping, or cheering, please. All participants are expected to listen to each other carefully and respectfully. As moderator, I have the obligation to ensure that the meeting proceeds in an orderly and respectful manner so that thoughtful deliberation and decision-making may occur. I will be grateful for all of your help in fulfilling that responsibility. On each article, it will be my practice to recognize the proponent for a motion and then to recognize any interested town boards or committees that may have something to say. And then any voters who have a prearranged remarks in opposition. And thereafter, I propose to alternate recognizing people who wish to speak in support of the proposal and people who wish to present an opposing counterpoint or ask a question. As I said before, none of the microphones is assigned pro or con. I'll strive to afford all parties a full and fair discussion and at the same time avoid going past the point of affecting minds. Accordingly, I discourage anyone from prematurely calling the question. I encourage all speakers to be concise and to avoid repeating each other's points. As has been our practice for several years, we'll utilize a so-called consent agenda to bundle Articles 3 through 23, which I shall explain more fully when we get to that point of the meeting. All motions of any significant length or complexity must be in writing. In addition, among the handouts available in the hallway as you checked in, there may have been one. If it's not in the hallway, it's been on the town's website and is available on your phone. A brief guide to Weston Town Meeting procedure. Unchanged in the last several years, this guide outlines our other traditional procedures for town meeting. And our first order of business will be to accept these normal operating procedures for this meeting. May I have a motion to appoint Catherine Chase as assistant moderator, to use the electronic voting system for all substantive votes, to permit non-residents to speak in the discretion of the moderator, to permit town employees to speak if they so choose on matters affecting their respective interests or areas of responsibility, and to use the procedures found in the brief guide to town meeting procedures, including the financial interest disclosure procedures, the 5-minute presentation and speaking limits, with exceptions in the discretion of the moderator, and to use the consent agenda for Articles 3 through 22. May I have such a motion? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, please say no. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Electronic voting, briefly. Most of you have probably experienced this wonder of modern technology, but maybe not everybody. For the balance of the meeting, except for certain procedural matters as to which I may also call for a voice vote, we will be using the handheld voting devices which you received when you checked in, the use of which is described at page 2 of the voter guide and in a little slip of paper you probably received when you received your voting device. When it's time for a vote, I will so announce and a green light will go on in the front of this room. There is no corresponding, there it is. Let me ask Mrs. Chase, could you see the green light go on in the screen in the gymnasium? Oh boy.
It's hard to see.
It's hard to see. Well, I will announce when the green light goes on, and I will announce when the green light goes off for the benefit of people voting in the gymnasium. The same, when you do have, when the green light goes on, you will have 30 seconds to register a vote. Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no, press 3 for abstain, or don't press anything. And if you vote erroneously or press the wrong button inadvertently, you can change your mind until the green light goes out. And whatever the last button was that you pressed, when the green light goes out, that will be the vote that you have cast. The same procedure will apply in both rooms, but I must tell you that the devices are programmed differently. People in the auditorium should have devices that are either marked with a green sticker or an orange sticker. People in the gymnasium should have a device that's marked with a yellow sticker. The yellow sticker devices will only work in the gymnasium. If you find yourself in the wrong room when it's time to vote, please move into the room where your device will operate. I'll try to give everybody time to do that, but essentially I'll discourage you from moving around too much. If you have any difficulty with your device, there's help in the back of the auditorium. Electronic voting help desk means just that. If your device doesn't seem to be working, you can go back there and swap it out, no questions asked, and they will change it for you. If your device is malfunctioning during a vote, please bring that to my attention immediately before I declare the vote. Once I declare the vote, we are done. Before I declare the vote, if you have a problem with your device, I'll ask you to bring it forward and we'll see what we can do. So now let's just have a test vote for purposes of giving everybody the opportunity to play with these things. If you own one or more dogs, press 1. If you do not own a dog, press 2. The voting begins when the green light goes on. The green light is now on. If you look at your device after you've pressed, you will see that you've gotten a message that indicates your vote has been received and whether it was a yes vote or a no vote. If you change your mind, you will see that change as well. When 30 seconds have expired, we'll see what the vote is. And while we're waiting for that to happen, is there anybody in the auditorium that's having difficulty with their device? Yes. Is the power on? Is anyone in the gymnasium having difficulty with their device? Good. We're going to change out that one device. And what will happen if someone raised their hand, as Beverly Dilloway just did, and indicates their device is not working, we will leave the vote open until we can swap out that device. We don't want to disenfranchise anybody. But I will tell you that once I declare a vote, the vote is done. Okay, let's close the vote. And now the vote is closed. And I can tell you, the result is 109 of you own one or more dogs, and 154 of you do not own a dog. 7 of you indicated that you're abstaining by pressing 3. These are probably people who have not paid their dog license yet. But I will tell you that no one is able to identify you as the voter of any of these devices. So, be sure that that's okay. At this point, I think I spent enough time on preliminaries. Before we proceed to Article 1, I'd like to invite Harvey Bossert as chair of the Select Board to make some preliminary remarks. Might have to push the switch.
Harvey Bossert, Select Board.
Mr. Bossert.
I'll be brief. After 3 years, we're finally back together indoors for our first in-person town meeting in a while, and I want to thank everyone who made an effort to make it tonight. It certainly has been a challenging time for all of us as we've had to deal with COVID. We certainly are still wearing masks, having no in-person meetings, but somehow we've managed to keep the town running. One of the things that makes Weston special is our dedicated town employees. I'd like to take a moment to recognize all of our great staff who have departed or will be doing soon, including but not limited to Chief Michael Goulding, Chief of Police, Chief David Sorv, Fire Chief, Kara Fleming, Town Manager's Office, Tracy Lembo, CPC, Wendy Diatalivi, Board of Health, Aisha Ahmed, Finance, Jerry McCarty, Facilities, and Michelle Grisenda, Conservation Commission Administrator. Thank you for your contribution to our wonderful town.
Thank you, Mr. Bossert. So now we will proceed to, oh wait, I have one more announcement. Is Steve Wagner here? Steve. Steve has to speak just briefly about the Town Center celebration before we get into the business of this meeting. If you'd like to do that, please take a minute to do that. Thank you.
Steve Wagner, 201 Conroe. So, Mr. Wagner, I hope that everybody is aware that on May 21st, which is a Saturday, we're having our Celebrate Weston Day. Just unless you've been sleeping for 3 years or 4 years, you must see how our Art and Innovation Center and our Josiah Smith Tavern and the Berry Power Lines and the whole downtown is looking just incredible. So it's been a lot of hard work by so many people, and we thought it would be a good idea for the town to get together and really celebrate what we've all joined together and accomplished. So just look online. There's a whole series of events that's happening, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning and going until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There'll be a presentation at 1 o'clock on the town green. So I really hope everybody makes an effort and comes and enjoys being together with one another and really takes time and appreciates how wonderful this town is. And one other thing, if you're feeling so inclined, we're still accepting donations to help put on this event. So thank you very much, and hope to see everybody on the 21st. And should it rain, it'll be on the 22nd, which is Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wagner. So we'll proceed to Article 1, which is the return of the votes. Rather than reading them all out, the votes fell out as they appear on the screen in the front of the room. And this is the voting for moderator, select board, board of assessors, school committee, all appear on this page. And on the next page, recreation commission, planning board, library trustees, board of health. And on the last page, commissioner of trust funds, measurers of lumber, and question number 1. Question number 1 was the Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, which passed by a vote of 518 to 296. Congratulations to everyone who won. Thanks to everyone who participated in the election. And let me remind those who won to please come up and be sworn at the end of this meeting. I'll remind you again. And now we will proceed to Article 2. And Mr. Bozzer, do you have a motion under Article 2?
My arms aren't long enough.
Can't do anything about that.
Harvey Bozzer, Board of Selectmen. Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Bozzer.
I move that the several sums of money recommended by the Board of Selectmen for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, in accordance with Section 5 of Article 1 of the General Bylaw, as amended, as set forth in pages 11 through 13 of the warrant budget book entitled Fiscal Year 23 Recommended Operating Budget, be raised and appropriated for the respective purposes as set forth therein, and that the town transfer the following sums to meet in part appropriations made at this town meeting. $2.1 million from the undesignated fund balances, $345,000 from overlay surplus, $20,000 from the cemetery fund, $12,000 from the JST trust fund, $89,311 from the debt exclusion premium reserve, and that the Board of Assessors be authorized to use such available funds to meet appropriations in its computation of the tax rate for fiscal year 2023.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Bozzer, would you like to discuss your motion?
Thanks, Liam. I present to you for consideration the fiscal year 2023 town budget. First, I'd like to recognize the town manager, Leon Gomond and Susan Kelly, for their efforts in putting the budget together, and of course the Finance Committee for their scrutiny and watchful eye. Budget goals. Budget goals are to deliver a current level of service efficiently and cost effectively, to limit and reduce the amount of free cash flow, or free cash used in the operating budget, use ARPA funds in a manner consistent with federal rules and not for recurring operational costs, and plan for the town's future financial stability by adding to reserves. Budget summary, relatively flat budget increase for most of the town departments. It addresses personnel needs in the fire department by adding a fireman. We continue to fund long-term pension liability, OPEB benefits, and road repair funds. We add funds to support the town center and information technology operations, and the Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, which is a temporary tax increase, is requested for capital projects. Estimated revenues. The biggest change in revenues is a decrease in the use of free cash, which is also referred to up here as prior year balances. This is the excess unused budget cash or higher revenues from the previous years. This results in a tax levy increase of 4.2%, as you can see in the top line. Despite what you may have heard, there's no double counting. Your tax levy isn't going to go up by, the mill rate isn't going to go up by 4.2% and go up with the assessed value of your house. When the assessed values are determined in December, the mill rate is adjusted to equate to a 4.2 increase in your tax bill. The proposed 2023 budget increases. When we look at it, the proposed budget reflects a 2.4 increase over fiscal year 2022, the second year in a row that the budget has grown less than inflation, thanks to Putin, allegedly, and by a wide margin at that. Of course, as I mentioned last year, it's inappropriate to compare the town budget growth to inflation, which has a completely different basket of goods and services, but I digress. Contractual obligations are increasing 2.9%, approximately $550,000. That's the first line. Schools, which you will be hearing from later, is increasing at 2.5%, or $1.1 million. Existing contractual increase in employee salaries is increasing at 2.6%, or $400,000. There are new town budget items, which we will discuss in a moment, with a total increase of $625,000, and debt service is decreasing 2.3%. Those increases that I just mentioned, in the budget, the town center expenses, a majority of this, $125,000, is actually for a bucket truck to address the removal and putting up of banners in town, and then also the the cost of those banners. We're adding a firefighter. We've got some software services increase, fire breathing air compressor expense for the fire department, and a few other smaller items. This amounts to $426,000. There's $205,000 of separate capital articles that will be voted on at town meeting to make up the increase in those expenses. Debt service is actually going down this year, and we would expect it, even with this year's increase in debt, debt will continue to go down in the near future. Of course, this is in a vacuum, assuming no other new projects are added. Historical budget increases, when we look at it, this year's increase of 2.4 is lower than last year and the previous year. If you recall, in fiscal year 2021, we had a reduced budget with concerns over COVID. Last year, there was a makeup of some of those items, and this year, we're seeing a 2.4% increase in the budget. The effect on the median home is approximately 4.2%. I think it's important to note that when we look at the median home, it's not the same median home every year. It does change. So the way that this is calculated, it inflates the actual budget increase. So if you want to see the effect on your home, you certainly can take or the increases in the mill rate and assessed value over the historical time period. You're able to do that, and it would come in depending on if you've done renovations to your house, somewhere around these numbers or lower. How your estimated tax dollars are spent, around 61% is on schools, 13% on public safety, 11% public works, 5% general government, library and rec, 3.7. If you don't like tables, we have it in a pie graph. And lastly, just a comment on some of the efficiency measures that the town has taken over time. Currently, the town solar panels offset the town's energy costs by about $450,000. We've also implemented a replacement project of streetlights with LED, which is expected to save the town a significant amount of money. And then we just purchased the town's first electric police cruiser. Other ways that the town managers work to improve efficiencies is a collaboration between the school and the municipal departments, facilities, technology, vehicle, field maintenance, and joint purchasing, and lastly, a collaboration regionally to provide certain services such as paramedic, ambulance, veterans, and affordable housing monitoring. Lastly, would like to just recognize the town for, I don't know how many years in a row, has received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for another year. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowser. Mr. Newberg, do you wish to be here?
Ken Newberg, 230 Marion Street.
Mr. Newberg.
Members of the town, I am the vice chair. Sorry. Members of the town meeting, I am vice chair of the school committee, Kenneth Newberg. I'm here to present the fiscal year 22-23 proposed school district budget. Before getting into the numbers, I want to tell you about what your money is paying for. We have an excellent school district with dedicated teachers, staff, and administrators. We have robust programming, challenging many other districts and some private schools in the depth and breadth of offerings. This is not surprising to many of you who moved to Weston precisely because of the quality of the schools. Even if you chose private school or never had kids enrolled, Weston prides itself on our school's reputation and the consequential lift to our property values. What I'm asking from every single one of you today is to please join me in preserving our history of excellence and continue providing your strong and unwavering support to our students. Some examples of our recent excellence. The elementary schools, for the first time, have completed a rollout of a reading and writing curriculum that aligns all the classes and grades. What this means is that we can now measure progress across classrooms and identify those students who are most in need of intervention. It also means more innovation because we can tap into the ingenuity of our teachers across a grade to collaborate. These curriculum changes have resulted in higher benchmarks in early literacy, more children receiving direct help earlier, and fewer children needing more intense intervention later. During COVID, I'm proud to say that our elementary schools had more end-day days of learning than many of our surrounding public schools. And I'm also proud to announce, or happy to announce, that this will be our second year of having 8 sections of kindergarten. That's about another 150 little kids joining our school and starting to hopefully reverse some of our declines in population. The Weston Middle School was recently awarded the 2021 National Blue Ribbon Award from the Department of Education. It was the only secondary school in all of Massachusetts to win this award that year. Weston Middle School Principal John Gibbons was one of 8 school principals in the entire country to receive the 2021 Terrell Bell Award for Outstanding School Leadership given by the U.S. Department of Education. I say congratulations again to Principal Gibbons of the Weston Middle School. Weston was named a Best Community for Music Education. 2 Weston High School students were selected for all national music ensembles. I'm told this is an exceedingly rare achievement. For winter sports, our girls' indoor track team won their division states. Our boys' swim team also won their division championships. Our 10th grade robotics won the Massachusetts State First Tech Challenge robotics competition. And lastly, Weston has been uniformly recognized as having one of the best high schools in the state, which is an incredible honor on its own by any standard, but even more remarkable given that our state has the best public school system in the nation. U.S. News and World Report ranks us 3rd, just behind Lexington, Dover, Sherburne. All the other public schools ahead of us are exam or charter schools. Weston provides an education to every child who walks through its doors. It's easy to teach to a hand-picked population with exam schools, but our educators do it for all students, and they do it extraordinarily well. Boston Magazine ranks Weston 3rd. Niche ranks us 4th out of 364 high schools. No matter how you slice and dice the numbers, the Weston Public Schools, our students, our teachers, staff, and families are not mediocre. If you look at the best college rankings, Yale and Stanford are numbers 5 and 6. Would you call those schools mediocre because they're not number 1? To each of you, parents, grandparents, teachers, school officials, staff, coaches, and other Westonites, I thank you on behalf of the school committee for your support, commitment, engagement, and input. As a team and community, you all have made these successes and achievements possible. Having said this, I will readily acknowledge that we have an expensive school district. The question becomes, what are we going to do about it? During the several-month-long budget season, the school committee, in collaboration with members of the finance committee, announced a multi-year plan to more efficiently and effectively use our resources while maintaining academic excellence. The first step was to identify non-student facing staff whose job responsibilities could be consolidated. We made significant progress on that task this year. The result, a budget with 9 fewer full-time equivalents than last year, but no reduction to choice or to instruction. Our district is unique for many reasons, one of which is that 67% of our teachers are compensated at the highest step in our existing comp structure. This is quite unusual and results in higher average wages than many peer districts. To help address that, we offered an early retirement incentive to teachers with more than 15 years in the district, since those individuals make the highest salaries. We were able to realize significant savings by backfilling those positions of the individuals who took that incentive. Now step 2 is to address structural issues that must be handled with much care. These types of changes more directly affect our students, and thus are being deliberately and thoughtfully discussed and vetted by many of our learning experts. One of these structural changes would be to investigate streamlining the high school schedule and, among other things, better coordinating with middle school to share teachers and staff if we do indeed continue to shrink, or the opposite, we can share on the other side if we start to enlarge. 84% of our budget is composed of employee salaries, and these salaries, as well as the terms and conditions of employment, are dictated by their union contracts. The school committee has successfully negotiated numerous 3-year successor contracts this year, all of which have kept salary costs pegged at 5.75% increase over a 3-year period. Generally, 2% for the first year, 2% for the second year, 1.75% for the third, but it changes, but all of the agreed contracts have been capped at 5.75%. This is in our high inflationary environment where we have recently seen CPI reach upwards of 7 to 8%. Negotiations with the teachers is ongoing, but I ask you trust us that we are looking out for the best interests of our students and the town. We're asking for an increase to the school budget of 2.5% at a time when everything is more expensive. Our proposed increase is less than half of many, if not all, current inflationary measures. I apologize that my slides aren't flashy as parties. There was a last minute change in the presentation. As you see, these are the components of the increase. This is what we're asking for. The first is $108,000 proposed increase in salaries, and that is simply due to our contractual obligations. These are called lane shifts and step shifts. One is just dependent on the number of years that you're in the district, and the other one is educational attainment, that of course we want to encourage our teachers to continue to earn greater amounts of credits so that they keep their skills sharp. The $897,000 is an amount that we must set aside as we await on the outcome of our ongoing bargaining with the teachers. It's possible we do not reach an agreement, and then we do not need to spend these funds. But hopefully we do reach an agreement, and we need to set aside funds to pay our teachers what we agree. This amounts to about 2.43%, I believe, above last year's budget for that line item. If you see contracted services, supplies, and other, it's only 0.69%, even though we know materials are increasing at a much greater rate. And then we have our increased out-of-district tuitions. This is simply something outside of our control. We have a legal obligation under state and federal law to provide an appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. And for some children, around 30 children a year, that means going to a different school, such as a Perkins School for the Blind, or the Carroll School, if you have dyslexia, for example. If a child presents with a need, our school district must meet it, and this is the anticipated increased cost of the special education. You may ask why we did not see additional savings from reducing 9 full-time position equivalents. We are in a mental health crisis today. In America, in our schools in Weston, it is not exempt. Sadly, there have been increases in instances of self-harm and other mental health-related conditions and issues. There's little outside help for our adolescents today. Our district responded by hiring additional mental health professionals at the middle school and high school, and I am personally committed to keeping those resources until there's no longer this massive unmet need in the community. Our students cannot learn if their mental and emotional well-being are compromised. I'll also point out that last year's, as well as this year's proposed increase to the budget, are due in large part to the COVID relief funds that we received. Much of these increases were directly paid by the federal government and not the taxpayers directly to the town. Our budget process is slow, deliberate ordeal that spans several months and requires many hours of meetings and hearings. The school committee received direct input from members of the finance committee, and we worked collaboratively to get to the best proposal for the town. The finance committee has voted to support our budget. I ask you to support it, because being compelled to rewrite the budget in a scramble would only harm our students, our town reputation, and the professional school staff's faith in the town. In closing, please support the school's request for 2.5% increase in our budget from last year, and provide us some time to right-size the school district while maintaining the educational excellence this community demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newberg. Before I call on the Finance Committee to speak, I'd just like to let any of you standing, there are more seats in the auditorium. I would estimate that there are another 50 or 60 seats anyway. It'll get a little tight with more people using all of the seats in the middle, but I encourage you to come in. There's a line out the door right now, and we're having a terrific turnout. So let's be grateful for that. Ms. Reitano.
Lisa Reitano, 409 Conant.
Ms. Reitano.
Hi, I'm Lisa Reitano. I'm chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee consists of 9 members. We're the official fiscal watchdog of the town. And the committee may consider all financial and other questions coming before the town for action or affecting the interests of the town. The FinCom cautiously supports this year's budget and urges you to vote for it, although we're concerned about the long-term pattern of budget increases over time. Overall, the budget's up 2.4%. As Harvey told you, schools are up 2.5%, town departments are up 3.8%. Health insurance is not up as much as usual, in part due to renegotiated levels. Retirement costs are up 6.6%, and they will continue to go up over the next few years at that level. We do have a drop in free cash from prior years and some increases in local receipts and new building, but overall we do expect the tax rate and property bills to increase 4.2%. Your bill could go up more or less depending on whether your property appreciates more or less than your neighbors. Overall, our property assessments have been going up and went up so much last year that the tax rate actually dropped, so that our current tax rate, the mill rate, is lower than 2 years ago. The current rate is 12.81 per thousand of assessed value, and it's estimated to go to 13.35. So you can figure out your own tax bill from that if you want to. All right, about 3/4 of the costs in our budget are people costs. We have 12 unions in town, 6 in the schools and 6 on the town side. Almost 10% of our budget is debt service, basically payments on projects, and the rest is expenses. So Weston does spend more for town services than other comparable affluent towns. We have the highest average tax bill in the state, we have a higher median tax bill than comparable towns, and we have high debt and liabilities. So we have a bunch of recommendations here. We believe that the Finance Committee should provide budget guidelines to town and schools based on top-down guidance. Our current budgeting method, which is often referred to as level service, too often means level staffing plus additional requests, which doesn't really get at improvements in efficiencies. It may increase budgets beyond negotiated salaries and benefits without considering trade-offs. The town should also continue developing and implementing the long-range planning model and have multi-year plans developed by department, which would help forecast funding needs for future years. This is needed to better analyze trade-offs and financial implications of various projects and policies. Too often, projects tend to be presented to the town in isolation instead of being considered in the context of other projects coming down the road. Schools need to develop a plan for a smaller student body while providing a quality education. Enrollment has declined, is projected to continue to decline, so this might involve restructuring class schedules, teaching schedules, course offerings, transportation, building uses, things beyond the necessary reductions in teaching staff that are driven by having fewer class sections. We appreciate that the schools are beginning a process to review the high school academic schedule as part of this planning process and have made some personnel reductions this year. I should have shown my next slide, I guess. That's just the enrollment dropping. All right, back to the prior slide. Also, the town should establish baseline benchmarking measures of success for all town departments, especially for schools, police, fire, DPW. We should be comparing ourselves both to other towns and to other objective measurable standards. We have embarked on assembling metrics for some of our town departments. This type of an effort, actually comparing ourselves to other towns, did contribute to our being able to reduce what we pay for health insurance. We realize we're out of line with other towns. We still have a way to go, but we're seeing some savings starting this year. The town needs to continue focusing, though, on reducing healthcare contributions, which will also reduce our OPEB, or retiree health liability. While we did negotiate savings on health insurance costs during our last negotiation, we still pay a higher portion of premium than other towns do. We're charged per employee for health insurance, and we pay approximately 20% more for an employee than other towns do. Not 70% more, like you may have been led to believe. It's more like 20%. Still, we need to continue to focus on reducing healthcare costs to be more in line with others. We have some big projects coming down the road, like the water tank replacements, probably fire station renovation. So the town really needs to prioritize needs versus wants, both in how and whether we should do a particular project. We should require projects to provide separate bids and votes to separate these two into if there's separate needs and wants. We tend to take the approach of providing a single project plan, lots of bells and whistles, requires you to vote yes for all of it if you want any of it, resulting in an expensive project. So we're recommending a separate vote for optional features. We also want to say we have had success working with the master plan steering committee on the pool renovation in terms of focusing on needs, and we hope to see more of that kind of thinking on other projects. So let's talk about projects. Here's a list of major projects that we're still paying on. And notice that the most recent ones near the bottom of the slide here are pretty discretionary. They're more wants instead of needs. And this is where it would really be helpful to have the long-term planning model, so we can stop looking at just whether a particular project, it's like, oh, it'll cost you X dollars per year for the next 20 years, sounds good, but we need to look at it in context of all projects coming. This shows debt levels that we still owe, assuming new debt is approved tonight. It is starting to come down a little bit. And, but debt service, the annual payments we make to pay off our debt is not going down as quickly. Notice we've had more CPA debt in recent couple of years. Okay. Rating agencies have several measures that they look at, and this is one. Debt service as a percent of operating revenue. 15% is considered a warning indicator, and we're over 10% on this one. So in addition to debt, we have a couple of other liabilities. For pension, we belong to Middlesex Retirement System. We are underfunded to the tune of $69 million. We're 54% unfunded. Legally, we are required to have this funded by the year 2040. Middlesex is trying to fund this by the year 2037, and they basically assess us every year. We have no say in how much it's going to be, but understand it's going up 6.5% each year for the next 5 years or so, which does put some pressure on the budget. The town pays for both employee and retiree health care costs. And technically, we should be pre-funding future health care costs for employees, so they're funded when they retire, much like funding a pension. You do this for a couple reasons. One, so that the taxpayers pay the full cost for the actual employees who worked in the town when the taxpayers actually lived there. It's a fairness issue. And two, otherwise you build up a growing pool of retirees that current residents need to pay for, and it can get financially, it can be a problem. We are not legally required to fund. It is fiscally prudent to fund. Rating agents want to see you fund, and you are required to disclose on your financial statements where you are on funding. So we are funding into the OPEB trust, which is almost $30 million at this point. But our unfunded liability is still $53.8 million, we're 64% unfunded. So if we look at all of our long-term obligations, debt is less than half, but if we look at debt, pension, and retiree health insurance, altogether it's about $217 million. So in summary, about 3/4 of our budget is related to personnel costs, so controlling the growth of these costs directly results in controlling the growth of the budget. We are in negotiations right now with most of our unions, except for the few that we've already settled with. Long-term liabilities for pension and retiree health continue to be significant, And we need to emphasize long-term debt implications as we consider future projects and focus more on needs versus wants when considering which projects go forward. So keeping those long-term concerns in mind, we urge you to vote to support this year's budget. And finally, I would like to say thanks to the town manager, finance director, department managers, and schools for their work on the budgets this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reitano. Is there any other town board or committee that wishes to be heard on the budget? If not, I will open it up for discussion. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to be heard on the budget? I see no hands and no one at the microphones. Mrs. Chase, is there anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard on the budget?
No, there doesn't seem to be any question here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then we will proceed to vote. We are voting on the town budget, on Mr. Bozart's motion to approve the town budget as it appears in the warrant. It requires a majority vote. We're going to open the voting in a moment. When the green light goes on, you'll have 30 seconds to press 1 for yes or 2 for no. That's 1 for yes, 2 for no. The green light is on. Ladies and gentlemen, the green light is off and the voting is concluded. Voting yes, 294. Voting no, 170. Abstaining, 1. The motion passes and the budget is adopted. Before we proceed to Article 3 and the consent agenda, let me encourage everyone who's standing to take a moment and find a seat. There are more people outside who are looking to come in. I understand we're going to take a moment to also pull out another tier of seating in the gymnasium. So this is a good moment to move around. You won't disturb the deliberations of anyone else. There are 15 or 20 seats down in the front to my left. There are, I can see, at least 30 seats in the middle here on the section right in front of me. It's easier to scooch in here than it is at a Red Sox game.
Rip,
Yes, Caddy?
this is Patty. We need to pause because in the gymnasium, there are several people who didn't get the appropriate voting machines.
Okay.
I don't know whether we have time to pause, but it would be a good idea.
We will pause for a couple more minutes right now before we get into the consent agenda. The consent agenda will take a little bit of time to run through before we're ready to vote, but we will not vote until you're ready in there.
Sorry?
We,
Is there anybody here who doesn't have a yellow sticker on the top of their machine, but has an orange or green one? You need to have a yellow one to be voting here in the gymnasium. So if you'd go back into the hall and switch your machine on for a yellow one.
or if you have a voting device with an orange or green sticker, if you walk into the auditorium, that device will function in here. So there's an alternative to swapping out.
Is there room in the auditorium for more people?
There are, I would estimate that there are at least another 50 or 60 seats within the auditorium that are unoccupied right now.
Yeah, So either go vote in the auditorium with your green and orange sticker, or go out and switch your machine for one with a yellow sticker. There's not a lot of movement going on here. I think people are mostly satisfied with what they've got.
I want to remind people of what I said at the outset. If you have any difficulty with your voting device, you need to come to the electronic voting help desk for assistance or swap out your device. But in any event, if you have difficulty during a vote, you need to bring that to my attention before I declare a vote. I apologize if it's difficult to do that. If you're in the gymnasium and you have an issue and I can't see you, please bring that issue to Mrs. Chase's attention immediately. And Mrs. Chase, please yell at me so that I know that there's a problem. Thank you. I don't see too many people standing in the back of the room, but if there are people out in the hallway or people in the gymnasium, there are seats in here. Please join us. Okay. I think we are... Kathy, can you tell us, are you still rearranging furniture in the gymnasium?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you still rearranging furniture in the gymnasium? Pulling out another bank of seats, for example?
Yeah, we've got as many seats as we've got people, and they keep bringing in new folding chairs when more people come.
Okay.
There was a request, oh, and we've also opened up one set of risers, another set. There was a question here, Rick, from somebody who wanted to know if we were going to take a revote on that now.
I did not intend to take a revote on that. Are there a number of people who attempted to vote and received an indication that their votes were not registered?
Would you raise your hands if you think you didn't get to vote on that? I'd say there are about 8 people who've raised their hands.
8 people?
Yeah. Out of 150 or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, there could be reconsideration vote, but I will tell you that 8 votes would not make a difference one way or another to the outcome.
Okay.
If someone would like to move reconsideration, we can entertain it. It's a 2/3 vote to reconsider. It seems as if that would be a futile effort, but I'm happy to do what the meeting wants to do. I don't hear anybody moving reconsideration, so I'm going to move on to the consent agenda at this point. As we've done in recent years, we are proposing to use the consent agenda to deal with Articles 3.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to reconsider. Is there any discussion?
There's a second.
Okay, that is not debatable. So we will vote to reconsider. It's a 2/3 vote is required under our bylaw. When the green light goes on, we will vote whether or not to reconsider the vote we just took on the budget.
What?
So if you wish to reconsider, vote yes, 1. If you do not wish to reconsider, vote 2, no. The green light is on.
Question? Just looking for some.
The green light has gone off. And I can tell you that the motion to reconsider fails. There were 132 votes in favor of reconsideration, 360 votes against reconsideration. So we will now move on to the consent agenda. Articles 3 through 22. I will turn to the Select Board member, Chris Houston, who will read the title of each article. Funding sources, dollar amounts, or other action to be taken in those articles that require such additional information. He will pause briefly between each of these articles. And if at least 10 people ask to hold any particular article, it will be removed from the consent agenda. And after doing that and completing that process, Mr. Houston will then make a single motion to approve all of the articles remaining in the consent agenda. After that, we will then proceed to individually consider any articles that were held in the order in which they appear in the warrant. So I ask Mr. Houston.
Mr. Moderator. Is this on? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Houston from the Select Board, 32 Bemis.
Mr. Houston.
Thanks. This is always one of my favorite things to do because it really drives up my batting average for successful town meeting articles. As the moderator said, I will go through these articles, beginning with Article 3. Appropriate for community housing. This article proposes that $55,000 be transferred to the Community Preservation Fund Community Housing Reserve, which will bring the allocated funding from existing revenues to the appropriate level as required by the Community Preservation Act.
I see no one wishing to hold this article in the auditorium. Is it the same in the gymnasium, Mrs. Chase?
Raise their hand in the gymnasium.
One hand?
Nobody.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 4, appropriate to the OPEB Trust Fund. To comply with the recommendations of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, the town funds OPEB liability in part each year. This article proposes that $2,167,262 be raised and appropriated to the OPEB Trust Fund.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. Mrs. Chase?
I see no hands in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Great. Article 5, accept Chapter 90 road improvement funds. This article allows the town, as required by the Department of Revenue, to annually accept the funds provided through the state's Chapter 90 program for road repair and maintenance.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. Mrs. Chase, in the gym?
Yes, I see no hands in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 6, approve property tax deferral income limits. The town has special legislation that requires it to annually identify income eligibility limits for certain property tax exemptions for the elderly. This article will establish the senior property tax deferral income eligibility limit at $96,650.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no one in the auditorium. Mrs. Chase, in the gym?
There are no hands raised in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 7, appropriate fiscal year 23 Water Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the water division of the DPW. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $3,818,762 from water receipts as specified in the column entitled Recommended Fiscal Year 23 Water Enterprise Fund.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. Mrs. Chase, in the gym?
There are no hands raised in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 8, appropriate for water main rehabilitation. This annual article authorizes the town to borrow for water main rehabilitation and proposes that $678,000 be raised by borrowing for water main rehabilitation. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Mrs. Chase?
I see no hands raised in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 9, appropriate fiscal year 23 Recreation Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the Recreation Department. This year, it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $2,070,245, all is specified in the column entitled Recommended Fiscal Year 23, with $1,375,671 to be appropriated from Recreation Department enterprise receipts, $105,000 from retained earnings, and $589,574 to be raised from the tax levy.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? No hands in the auditorium. Mrs. Chase, in the gym?
No hands raised here.
Thank you. Mr. Houston? Oh. Is there one hand in the auditorium? I see one hand in the auditorium. Are there 9 others? I don't see anyone else with a hand raised. Is there anyone in the gymnasium who's changed their mind, Mrs. Chase?
No, no one's raising their hand here.
So we will proceed. That article will not be held.
Article 10, appropriate fiscal year 23 Brook School Apartments Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the Brook School Apartments. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $1,172,296. All is specified in the column Recommended Fiscal Year 23 Brook School Enterprise Fund, with $1,072,296 to be appropriated from Brook School Enterprise receipts and $100,000 to be transferred from Brook School Apartments Enterprise Fund retained earnings.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands raised in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Mrs. Chase?
No hands raised in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 11, appropriate fiscal year 23 public access operations. This article is approved yearly to provide funding for Weston Public Access, Weston Media Center operations. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $245,946 to come as a grant from the town's PEG receipts.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands in the gymnasium are raised.
Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Mr. Houston?
Article 12, appropriate for drainage improvements. This article authorizes the town to borrow for drainage improvements. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $450,000 to be raised by borrowing for drainage improvements. The amount requested is less than what appears on the warrant because bond premium previously received will be used to fund the article and reduce the amount needed. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
And no hands are raised in the gym.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 13, appropriate for Bogle Brook culvert replacement. This article authorizes the town to borrow for the culvert replacement at Bogle Brook at Sherburne Circle. This year is proposed to appropriate the sum of $480,000 to be raised by borrowing for the Bogle Brook culvert replacement. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands in the gym.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 14, appropriate for snow removal equipment. This article authorizes the town to borrow for the purchase of a replacement piece of equipment to remove snow at the schools. This year, it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $115,000 to be raised by borrowing for snow removal equipment. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands raised in the gym.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 15, appropriate for air supply emergency response vehicle. This article authorizes the town to borrow for the replacement of the fire department's air supply vehicle. This, by the way, is emergency services equipment, not a tour bus for the greatest soft pop duo in history. This year, it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $325,000 to be raised by borrowing for the air supply vehicle. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands are raised in the gym.
Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Mr. Houston?
Article 16, appropriate for network improvements. This article authorizes the town to borrow for phase 2 of the town and school network improvement project. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $387,400 to be raised by borrowing for network improvements. A 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands are raised here.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 17, telecommunications lease for 180 Boston Post Road. This article authorizes the town to extend the existing lease for the cell tower on the police department. A 2/3 vote is required.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No, none in the gym.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 18, ministerial amendments to the town bylaws. This article authorizes changes to the town bylaws to clean up old references, inconsistent formatting, and grammatical errors.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No, no hands are raised here.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 19, potential acquisition of 55 Church Street. This article authorizes the town to acquire the former historic Weston train station, including any costs associated with such acquisition. This article proposes to raise and appropriate for that purpose the sum of $30,000.
And may I say that, do I want to note here that the Finance Committee supported this by a majority vote?
Yes.
That did not appear in the warrant because it was not available at that time. Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the oh. I see one hand in the auditorium. Are there others? Wait. 1, 2. If you would stand, that would make it easier for me to see, if you don't mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a sufficient number of voters who wish to hold this article, so it will be held. Mr. Houston, would you like to continue?
Sure. Article 20, appropriate for Community Preservation Committee operating budget for fiscal year 2023. This article will designate the funds for fiscal year 2023 as required by the Community Preservation Act, as more particularly set forth in the warrant.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? Okay, I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands are raised. Jim.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 21, appropriate for community housing, regional housing services office, and housing support staff. This annual article request allows the town to continue its participation in the regional housing services office and obtain housing staff support. This year it is proposed that the sum of $39,000 be transferred from the Community Preservation Fund Community Housing Reserve to support the Regional Housing Service Office as approved by the Community Preservation Committee.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see no hands in the auditorium. In the gym?
No hands raised in the gym.
Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Mr. Houston.
And Article 22, appropriate for Case Park Restoration and Rehabilitation Phase 2. This article will provide funding toward the Phase 2 restoration of Case Park through the use of community preservation funds.
Does anyone wish to hold this article? I see 1, 2, 3. I see 3 hands in the auditorium. Does anyone in the gymnasium wish to hold this article?
I see 3 hands raised in the gym, 4 hands in the gymnasium, 5 hands.
I see a couple more going up in the auditorium. I think we're going to hold this article. Thank you. So, Mr. Houston, we've read through all of the articles that were in the consent agenda and determined that we are going to hold Articles 19 and 22.
Correct.
So with respect to the remaining articles in the consent agenda, a single motion to approve would be in order. Is there such a motion?
I so move.
Is there a second? Before we vote, I will tell you that this requires a 2/3 vote because several of the articles in the consent agenda require a 2/3 vote. So when the green light goes on, you will press your number 1 button to vote yes in support of the consent agenda, no to vote against the consent agenda, and the green light is on. Please vote. The green light is now off and the voting is concluded. I will tell you that the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 420 yes, 88 no, and 2 abstentions. Clearly a 2/3 majority.
Great.
And now- excuse me. So now we will proceed to Article 19. Mr. Houston, do you have a motion?
I do. I move that the town authorize the select board to acquire for historic preservation purposes by gift, purchase, or eminent domain the fee or a lesser interest in the land as well as any buildings and improvements thereon located at 55 Church Street, Weston, and identified as Assessor's Map 23, Parcel 59, and a portion of an MBTA right-of-way adjacent thereto is shown on a sketch plan depicting said property on file with the town clerk, and in connection therewith to raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 for such purposes, and further to authorize the select board to take any action needed to facilitate the vote taken hereunder, including but not limited to signing leases, deeds, and other instruments, and filing a petition for special legislation.
Is there a second? There is a second. Mr. Houston, would you like to discuss your motion?
Sure, thank you. 55 Church Street, most people know it as noted here as the town depot right off Church Street. Many of you have seen it over the decades and have seen its condition deteriorate. More and more of you have seen this now that we have the rail trail that goes right by it. It is a cherished property. It's of historical importance. It's one of the oldest such stations in the state, one of the few remaining ones. It is unfortunately a very complicated property. It's complicated because it was, of course, owned by a railroad way back in the day. It then passed to the MBTA, which owns the property. The MBTA then leased the building on the property to a lessee, and then that lease may have been assigned, though it's unclear if the MBTA has acknowledged or adopted that assignment. That lease also ends, by the way, in 2024. There are a lot of back taxes on it owed to the town. There's a lot of back rent on it that is owed to the MBTA. There are also difficulties associated with dealing with property owned by another municipal or state entity. Meanwhile, as I noted, the condition of the property is deteriorating significantly. Every time there's a large snowstorm or a lot of wind, I know that there are a number of people in town that hold their breath hoping that this isn't the one that does the building in. It's in really rough shape, but of course we don't own the building, so we can't go in and even shore it up, let alone make any improvements. I can tell you as far as process and what's happened in the past, it might be the most Kafkaesque thing that I've dealt with in my 7 years on the select board. There have been, our state representatives, both our representative and our senator, have been very supportive of this. They've arranged meetings with the MBTA. We've had 2 of them, and both of them have gone like this. We sit down in the State House, we have a very productive conversation. The MBTA says, oh, we'd love to work with you. You know what, let us go back and we're gonna figure out some way to make this work. And then we don't hear anything because it's busy, or it just kind of gets lost in the shuffle because the MBTA has a lot to do besides just this very small parcel. Obviously, the past few years, there was also a pandemic going on. But then after a while, the answer comes back, we didn't know we were supposed to come back with anything. We thought you were going to come back with something. We thought you were going to come back with some sort of town meeting vote or some proposed legislation or something like that. So, the issue here is that we need to move on this, but sometimes we need to move quickly, and we don't know exactly how to move because it's such a complicated property. So what we're asking here is not to, for a large sum of money. It's basically a small sum of money that might be helpful, be it with legal expenses or some sort of agreements that could be useful as a small amount to help the town secure this property or at least control over it. I would say if someone says, well, we don't have all the details, to me it's a lot like a few years ago when I came before the town meeting and asked for permission for the select board to negotiate a new restriction with Historic New England with regard to the JST. We didn't know exactly what form that final agreement was going to take, but town meeting trusted that we could do that with the town's interest in mind, and we did. We came up with a very good restriction. This is somewhat similar, and in some ways more complicated. To the concern that, oh, well, this is just sort of the foot in the door to go spend $1 million restoring the station. If there's ever any additional money that's going to be spent restoring the station or doing anything with it, that's going to be a completely separate town meeting vote. I mean, this is not something that this is not carte blanche to go spend $1 million on anything, and I'm not even saying we're going to need to. But what it does give us is flexibility to work with the MBTA, to work with our legislators, and to try to find some way to keep this thing shored up enough that we can have it around for decades to come, all the more since we have so many people walking by it on the rail trail.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion?
Point of order, it doesn't say how much money we're being asked to vote on.
$30,000.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Phyllis Halpern, 40 Loring Road, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Halpern?
I'm also co-chair of the Historical Commission. And the Historical Commission at its last regular meeting voted unanimously to support Article 19, and we ask for your support, your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halpern. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? Yes, sir. Come on down, as they say.
Bharat Venkatraman, 111 Loring Road. I'm also a member of the Finance Commission.
Mr. Venkataraman?
Thank you for saying my name properly. I appreciate it. I think the main question I have, again, this is a fine thing to support, but having some clue as to how much you're going to spend later would be a good thing. You don't have to give us exact numbers, but you can. What could happen later is, hey, we already spent 30,000. That building's falling down. Let's just spend more money. And that's the pattern I don't like about this particular proposal. Having some idea of what the cost would be down the road would actually help me vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? Yes, sir. Would it help to have the microphone brought over? We can do that. Unless you're just trying to leave the meeting. Give me that option. Where's the one I get there? Mr. Levitt, please speak into the microphone, if you would. A little more closely.
Try, okay.
Mr. Levitt.
Neil Levitt, 43 Church Street.
Mr. Levitt.
I live about 100 feet away from this building. I have admired it for decades, since I moved to town 30 years ago. It's a very nice little building. It's in wretched condition. I think ultimately it should be at least preserved, if not used. But as it is, it's occasionally broken into. I have had to report it to the police and fire department several times. The person who holds the lease, I won't go into any detail, but he has made it impossible to do anything about it. Let's just say we don't pass this. One of these days, either it's going to collapse or it's going to catch fire, and we will have to fight the fire. But because it's not our building, we can't even collect the wreckage and remove it. I think this at least gives us the opportunity to deal with the building one way or the other. So I propose that we should at least give the select board the opportunity to make some determination. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? Yes.
want to speak?
Before you speak here, does anyone in the gymnasium wish to be heard, Mrs. Chase? Does anyone in the gymnasium wish to be heard?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. So I agree with what the first speaker
Would you
said.
please, excuse me, ma'am, would you please identify yourself first?
Yes, my name is Aruna Sachdev from Blackburnian Road.
Thank-
And I would like to, I basically agree with what the first speaker said. I think it's really important to know what the long-term cost will be. I've been watching this building for the last many, many years, and it is a mess. And the state and the MBTA don't usually do anything in a hurry, as we can see. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the second speaker said, but I really think it's important that when we put forth things like this, we should know what it's going to cost us in the long run.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to the auditorium. Mr. Adelon?
Alfred Adelon, 251 Boston Post Road, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Adelon?
I'm also a member of the Historical Commission and have been part of the group working to save this building, but in my case for 7 years. With respect to the overall renovation cost for this building, the ballpark amount that we've been talking about is roughly $300,000 to $400,000. However, like everything else with this project, it's not as simple as saying the town would be committing to $300,000 or $400,000 because there's a person who has offered to pay for the renovation costs himself privately. That has to remain anonymous, and whether that happens or not is something that needs to be determined as we continue to negotiate for this building. So being able to say at this point in time what the town's commitment would be in total at the end of the process is difficult for us to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adelon. Does anyone else in the auditorium, in the gymnasium, wish to be heard?
Yes, I think there's somebody who wants to be heard.
Thank you.
Come down. Anybody who wants to speak should get in a line at the microphone.
Hello, my name is Mr. Jonas, and I live on Gypsy Trail.
Mr. Jonas?
For over a decade, I've passed by the old train station, pretty much every day of the week. And it's currently in a very bad condition, and with so many people passing by on the rail trail, the dilapidated building has become a safety risk. It is in dire need of renovation.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else in the auditorium wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? I don't see anyone coming to the microphones. Does anyone else in the gymnasium wish to be heard, Mrs. Chase?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Then I think we are ready to vote on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 19. As it appears on the screen, this requires a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, please press 1 for yes and press 2 for no. The light is on. The light is out and the voting period has concluded. I'll do a quick calculation here. The motion passes by more than 2/3, 76% of the vote. The numbers were 417 in favor, 129 opposed. And we will now proceed to Article 22. Mr. Houston.
I move that the town transfer $42,000 from the unallocated allocation of the Community Preservation Fund and approve Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? I hear a second. Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Houston?
Sure, unless there's someone from the CPC that would like to talk about this instead of me. What I can tell you is that the Case Park is that little triangle piece that you see that kind of wedged between School Street and Weston at that intersection by the schools, appropriately enough. And there's a park in there. It's one that had sort of fallen into disrepair. I know when I was on the CPC a few years ago, we had the presentation for Phase 1, which did some of the work. This is for Phase 2, a relatively small amount of money, but in the interest that has been approved by the CPC, but it is in the interest of getting this thing further in shape.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 22?
Beverly Mason Dillaway, 38 Drabington Way, moderator.
Mrs. Dillaway.
As a volunteer for over 20 years of Girl Scouts of Eastern Massachusetts, Weston Service Unit Coordinator, I oversee 113 member girls in 10 troops with 20 registered adult leaders and assistants. Girl Scouts have been in this town since 1918 and at the Weston Scout House since 1941. I also serve as the Girl Scout Liaison on the Weston Scouts Inc. Board of Trustees. In both of these roles, I speak on behalf of our Weston Girl Scouts and trustees to not fill in the Case Park field between Wellesley Street and School Street with such extensive arboretum plantings in their plan. Rather leave it and preserve it as open space for the enjoyment of our youth of both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts for their troop meetings, for even COVID essential opportunities to be outside, and for encampments. We do have plenty of nature educational resources, and we use the Weston forests and trails. As trustees, we've already addressed this proposal about 4 years ago with very strong concerns to limit the plantings to the perimeter of this triangle parcel of land.
Thank you, Ms. Dillaway. Go to this microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lori Hess, 217 Westerly Road. I'm chair of Weston's Tree Advisory Group, and we are the sponsor of the plan to rehabilitate Case Park.
Ms. Hess.
Thank you. So as Chris mentioned, this is phase 2 that we are asking for. It's about $40,000 to create a sustainable landscaping plan for the park. This is a perimeter planting park plan only, bearing in mind very much what Ms. Dillaway was talking about. We want to preserve the interior open space so that scouts and others can enjoy the park and to use it as they have always used it. But we're going to we are planning to plant up the perimeter so that there's a robust edge to increase visibility, increase the beauty and landscape ecological design of the plan, and to retain the lawn. So it's improve edges, retain the lawn, and I want to thank you very much for your support, and I hope you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hess. Yes. Yes, you may. Can you turn it up? There's a switch on that one right there.
Are we on now?
Yes.
Mr. Moderator. I am Carol Rohal, 67 Double Hill Road. I am also president of the Weston Scouts Inc. board. Our job is to maintain the Weston Scout House, and we support both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. I have been in town in this role for almost 2 decades, and I've been in town for over 60 years, but for almost 2 decades supporting the Scouts. And the Weston Scouts Inc. board reviewed the Case Park plan a handful of years ago when the group came to us. And we had a good discussion and realized that the border that they are proposing appears to be, from the plan that they're proposing, almost like, it appears as though it's like a 50% fill in. The borders are very wide, so it would really take away a lot of the grass space that has been used for decades by the Scouts. We've been good neighbors with Case Park, and we want to continue to be good neighbors with Case Park. But we explained to them how we need to, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts have enjoyed using the extra space adjacent to the Scout House to do encampments, to do programs, and just to enjoy the outdoor space. And it was especially valuable during COVID. So the proposed plan, it is just a little bit too dramatic for enclosing the space and not just running on the borders. The other thing is the reduction in grass would really be detrimental, we think, to just the original plan that was originally drawn up in the Case property has been maintained that way for decades. Adding trees and improving the border a bit, as we'd certainly be open to, but not the currently proposed plan. So the proposed plan does not have the support of the Board of Trustees, but we are very willing to work with Case Park and keep being good neighbors and trying to help them figure out ways to even how they're going to irrigate and how they're going to maintain the property, and how it would be great for both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and also for people, the citizens of town.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 22?
I don't think so, but we in the gymnasium are having trouble hearing the speakers. Could you ask them to speak a little louder into the microphone?
Yes. We will do that, won't we? Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? If not, we will proceed to a vote. This requires a majority vote. Press yes to support Mr. Houston. Press no to oppose the motion. When the green light goes on, please vote. I'm sorry, press 1, yes. Press 2, no. The green light is on. The green light is now off, and Mr. Houston's motion fails by a vote of 351 no to 190 yes. There goes that batting average. We've now completed all of the articles that were under the consent agenda, and we will now proceed to Article 23, to appropriate for Government Study Committee. Is there a motion under Article 23?
Houston again?
Mr. Houston.
I move that the town raise and appropriate and approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? I hear a second. Mr. Houston, would you like to discuss your motion?
This article, as the motion says, is to appropriate some funds which will basically be used for expenses such as consulting fees, mailing, and other expenses to have a Weston government study commission that will take a look broadly at town government and elements thereof, and changes that might or might not be made in our bylaws or other structure. Why are we asking for this funding? Well, there's no doubt that the immediate impetus, why we're bringing it right now, is the article we'll vote on next that seeks by citizens petition to raise the number of select board members from 3 to 5. But we're not proposing it because we oppose the increase in membership from 3 to 5. We'll talk a little bit more about that during the next article, but we actually, as a board, took no position on the substance itself. It's more about process and how this sort of thing should be considered. We don't think that large changes like this, increasing the number of a select board that's been in place for, I think, 300 years, is something that should be done by a citizen's petition based on incomplete information and analysis. We don't think that the select board should be the subject of a piecemeal approach, but rather there are all sorts of aspects of town government that might be considered at the same time, including structures of other boards and committees, adapting to modern times and changing circumstances. Coincidentally, this also is not a, this is the same position that the planning board took several years ago when some citizens petitions were brought forward seeking to change the number of members of the planning board, the number of terms, and impose a chair requirement, that this wasn't something that should just be done by citizens petition. The difference here is that the select board is in a position to form some sort of Weston government study commission that will include a range of stakeholders, including members of other boards and committees and residents at large. We are in a position to do this, and it is also an idea that's actually been discussed by the select board before. And in fact, I've had numerous conversations with one of our prior moderators, Tom Crane, who also suggested that it's just good practice. Our town manager, Liam Goldman, confirms that it's something that most towns do on a regular basis, and yet Weston has not done it for decades. So it seems like good practice and a good time to take a comprehensive look, including at the numbers that should be on the select board. Now there's a question, why pay a consultant as part of this when, yes, the select board actually could form this committee without any appropriation whatsoever. There are two key reasons that we think it's important to have money available for consulting fees. One is that we want to respect volunteers' time. Gathering complete, comprehensive information takes a lot of time, and I can say this from direct experience, having been on the Selectmen's Town Meeting Advisory Committee a few years ago. There weren't consultants that really specialized in consulting for town meeting structures because it was sort of a given. And so I and others, including Harvey Bossert and Lori Hess and other members of that committee, spent a lot of time looking into, basically surveying the Massachusetts landscape. Now, is that the highest and best use of volunteers' time if it's a subject matter for which there are consultants that actually do this on a regular basis for many towns across Massachusetts? We don't think so. We also think that using a consultant that does this on a comprehensive basis can give us better information and analysis. If you're you can point to many towns that have 5 select board members. You can point to towns that have 3 select board members. What that doesn't necessarily tell you is what were all the circumstances that gave rise? What have been the best practices? What would have been the pros and cons of taking those approaches? And how might they apply to Weston? Moreover, again, this can apply more broadly than just the select board. So I should also add, we practice what we preach here. Since this article was brought forward, I've had a couple people say, whoa, if we're doing this by citizen petition, I've got some ideas about XYZ board or XYZ commission in town. Maybe I should bring a citizen's petition, it's really not that hard. And my answer to them is the same as it is here. This isn't the kind of thing that should be done on a piecemeal basis. It should be done on a comprehensive basis. We've had this structure for 300 years with the select board. We've had it for decades with other boards. So if we're going to make substantial changes, I would encourage us to do it in a thoughtful, analytical way with a broad representation from boards, committees, and residents at large. So therefore, on behalf of the select board, I encourage you to support this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 23?
Yeah.
Yes. You spoke up first? Ma'am.
Yancourts Gun Club Lane.
Ms. Jancourts.
Mr. Moderator, I've been fortunate enough to live in this town since 1969, and I've been involved in several citizen petitions myself, but I have never, ever seen a Board of Selectmen try to preempt a citizen's petition by presenting its own article requiring funds to do its own study of the issue. In my view, this article is a wrongful interference with our rights as citizens and a truly shameful move, which actually illustrates just how much we need 2 more people on our select board. Turnabout is fair play. So let's block the select board with a no vote on Article 23 and a yes vote on Article 24, the citizens petition to change the structure of the select board by increasing the number from 3 to 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. John. Sir.
There?
Yes.
Jack Cowie, 22 Dixon Lane.
Mr. Cowie.
I take issue with a citizen's petition being described as willy-nilly. I don't see there being any more democratic and representative way to go about things than going out and getting over 150 signatures from people living in town who simply want a greater diversity in our select board. There's no pain, there's no harm to doing this. It is not going to disrupt town government. It is simply going to provide better representation. And it doesn't take $60,000 to figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Cowie. I'd like to ask everyone in the auditorium and in the gymnasium to refrain from displays in support or against speakers. Let's just stick to the topic. Ms. Rattano?
Yes, there's somebody in the gymnasium who would like to speak.
As soon as Ms. Rattano speaks from the microphone in the auditorium, I will come back to the gymnasium.
Hi, Lisa.
Okay.
Lisa Raitano, 409 Conant, speaking for the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee unanimously opposes this article. We don't oppose doing a study, but we believe that we should be able to do this type of study using town volunteers, many of whom have had a lot of involvement with our town government and are able to see the pros and cons of our current structure. The town of Concord, for instance, did such a study. They used town volunteers. We don't need to pay consultants to perform such a study. And furthermore, we believe it would be better to do a study that would be more independent of the current select board rather than having the select board hire and guide consultants to do it. So we're not opposed to a study, rather we're opposed to funding one.
Thank you, Ms. Raitano. Mrs. Chase, in the gymnasium, is there someone who wishes to be heard?
Hi, my name is Qing Tan. I'm kind of new in town.
Could you please state your street address, sir?
My address is 73 Sunset Road.
Thank you, sir. Please.
I wanted to say I came from China about 30 years ago, and when I see this, I'm not saying it is, but it smells very much like corruption. From my understanding, a lot of the nearby towns are having 5 members, changing from 3 to 5 members. Even if we couldn't say it's a no-brainer, I think it's the most likely the right direction. And even if we need to study, we can. I mean, this town is full of very smart people. We should be able to figure this out. Why do we need to spend $60,000 to hire consultants to do this kind of study?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to be heard? Yes, there is.
Susan Zacharias, 77 Sudbury Road.
Mrs. Zacharias?
Hi. This is my petition. This is my citizen's petition, and I was going to go on about it, how please vote against it. But you all did a beautiful job for me. So thank you. And you've convinced the audience, I think. And please vote no and listen to the next presentation on Article 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 23? Mr. Bossert.
Harvey Bozzer, Chair of the Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Bossert.
Or Select Board, sorry. All right, so I was the chair at this meeting when the petitioner brought this forth, and we didn't oppose it. What we said was, and I said personally that I would support this if it was part of a broader study. I think that's important. It's easy to say that, hey, a couple towns around us also have 5 select board members. But the things I want to know are, what are the populations of those towns? Do they have a town manager or a town administrator? What are the other issues that are involved? And also take a look at the other boards. Should there be other changes that should be made to the construction of other boards? Should the finance committee be elected instead of appointed? Should the planning board be 3 years instead of a 5-year term? So this isn't the select board trying to get around a citizen's petition. What we want to do is make a thoughtful decision around not only this topic, but other topics that are out there around the construction of our town governance. So it's, you guys can sit there and try to look at it glass half empty. We're just trying to make sure that we can make an informed decision and present it to you guys. So, there are towns that have 5. I've looked at it. There's a lot of towns our size that have 3. I would want to, interview or have interviewed former select board members, get their thoughts, and other volunteers on different committees. So I just think that this is a more thoughtful way to approach the article that you're going to hear next, and that I recommend that you vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Bossert. Is there anyone else in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to be
Wait
heard?
a minute, there's somebody.
Frank Flynn, 725 Boston Post Road.
Mr. Flynn.
Yes, the reason we don't need to pay $60,000 for some study is we know that there's problems with the town council, with the 3-member board. We need not look about a year ago, I think the State Attorney General found a violation of the open meeting law with regards to the town council, with regards to the very large 180-unit project that's going up at 751 Boston Post Road next to several houses. So that project is going to have something like 16,000.
Mr. Flynn, could you focus on the topic at hand, please?
Please don't interrupt. So there's 16,000.
Mr. Flynn, could you please focus on the topic at hand, please?
Yeah. So that project is going to have 16,000 dump truck trips on Route 20.
Mr. Flynn, I apologize,
but
you are out of order.
I don't think so.
I do.
Well, that's your opinion.
It is my opinion.
So there's going to be 16,000.
Mr. Flynn,
16,000 dump truck visits on Route 20. And some of these other articles have to do with that same thing.
Mr. Flynn?
Article 27, with regards to water tank replacement, is just to handle the 180-unit project on.
Thank you. I'm happy to take that poop. Way off topic. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 23? Yes, Mr. Selvig.
Hi, Alex Selvig, 233 Ash Street.
Mr. Selvig.
This is town meeting. This is one of the oldest forms of New England government. It's wonderful. Can you hear me now? All right. This is town meeting. One of the most amazing forms of government, old New England style. We don't need to spend $60,000 to decide tonight, all of us, if we want the select board to be 5 members or 3. Respectfully, to all of you who have served our town, this is not your call. This is our call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selvig. Is there anyone else who has not spoken already who wishes to be heard? Yes, sir.
James Jarrett, 19 Woodridge Road.
Mr. Jarrett.
I'd like to call the motion.
Motion's called. Requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. All in favor of proceeding to the motion, please vote yes by pressing 1 when the green light goes on. Those opposed, press 2. The green light is on. We'll keep the voting open, but to be clear, Mr. Houston made a motion under Article 23 that the town raise and appropriate $60,000 for costs to support a Weston government study and approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant. I'm hearing this. Please. Oh, I thought you asked what the motion, the underlying motion was. No, this motion is just to call the question. Are we cutting off debate? Yes. If 2/3 want to cut off debate, we're cutting off debate. I thought I was clear initially. I apologize. Okay, the light is off. The vote is concluded. More than a 2/3 majority has voted to cut off debate, 401 to 140. So we will proceed to a vote on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 23 to raise and appropriate $60,000 for costs to support the Weston government study and approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant. This requires a majority vote. If you support Mr. Houston's motion under Article 23, please press 1 for yes. If you oppose it, please press 2 for no. The green light is on. Thank you. The light is off. Mr. Houston's motion fails. There were 103 votes in favor and 458 votes opposed. We will now proceed to Article 24. To change the structure of the select board. A motion is put on by citizens petition. Is there a motion under Article 24? Ms. Zacharias?
Hi, Susan Zacharias, 77 Sudbury Road. Again, you're going to be tired listening to my voice. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to run...
Ms. Zacharias, you have a motion?
Yeah, I do. I have the motion, yes. Pleased to approve the Article 24 as is written.
Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, all right, got 5 minutes and I have a lot to say, and so I'm going to kind of be rushing through the slides. Okay, so here's Weston. It was incorporated 310 years ago in 1712. Population was small, and we had 3 select board members. Revolution, still 3 select board members. 1950, still 3 select board members. And here we are in 2022, population is 12,000, and we still have 3 select board members. And I'm going to make a note on this, that nowhere is it written anywhere in our bylaws or charter that the number of select board members. So actually moving ahead to 5 will give us a chance to actually codify and put that in writing. So why does it matter? It matters because our the ratio to the population has increased so tremendously. I mean, back when there were 500 people and you had 3 members representing you, you had a much higher rate of representation. Now it's pretty diluted. And what does the select board do? I actually didn't know. Okay, why is it so important to increase the size now? The select board is the executive branch of our government, so they appoint the town manager, the chief of police, the fire chief, public works director, and so many various committees. They're the primary policy-making body for a wide variety of issues, and they're responsible basically for everything in town except the specific duties that are given to other elected boards. Okay, so why increase this now? This is actually the most important slide, and it has the most information that I think is really quite convincing. Number one, this town is about to have between 200 and 500 mid-rise 40B apartments. That's going to be an increase of our population from 5 to 10% all at once. And then just recently, and I can't believe I missed this, we have a real disruptor on the horizon, and it's a new state law. And this is what's going to take a little time. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, wish I could say, oh wait, glasses. So helpful. Okay, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has adopted changes to the state zoning laws, bylaws, designed to encourage housing development. It changes the way we vote on our zoning bylaws. It used to be 2/3 majority when we had a zoning bylaw, but now it's going to be reduced to basically just a simple majority. It also requires towns in eastern Massachusetts to create new multifamily districts. Okay, so if a town has MBTA service, it requires most cities and towns in eastern Massachusetts to include a multifamily district of at least 50 acres. So that's the size of Boston Common. And they have to be near the MBTA stations. So suburbs like Wellesley and Weston, which both have land within half a mile of the Green Line's D branch, they're going to be required to legalize a zoning capacity for multifamily dwellings equal or greater than 25% of the town's existing number of homes. This is quite impressive. That means that Weston, a town with roughly 4,000 existing homes, is going to need to create new zoning districts near the Riverside Green Line or around any one of the 3 Fitchburg line rail stations to create zoning capacity for at least 1,000 multifamily units. So let that sink in. It's an understatement to say these changes are large and impressive because they are going to affect virtually everything in our town. You name it. Even fire trucks. We need special new fire trucks with extension ladders. I'm not saying that this is a bad law. It's been instituted by the state, but the towns are still trying to grapple with the ramifications of all that law. And so if you're actually interested in reading more about it, just go Google New Mass Law on Zoning and Housing. Okay, so why 5? Why increase the select board now? Well, one, it hasn't been done for 310 years and we've changed totally. And these guidelines were taken directly from the Mass Department of Revenue study for Milton, Massachusetts back in 2017. They're number 1, larger budgets. Anything over $100 million is the baseline. This is now a large corporation. Number 2, towns with greater complexity. So the state law I just spoke about should be the wake-up call to the fact that we as a town now are the poster child for greater complexity. And the population. We've already seen a pretty large increase. We're going to have the large increase with the 40Bs, and we are going to have to absorb a huge increase after that. So we meet all those guidelines, by the way, to increase support to 5. So, just got to make sure I'm on the right slide. Okay, these facts on this slide came from a study in Milton, Mass. In 2017, which, to your point, was done by a large citizens committee, I believe at no cost. They also, this study in Milton, referenced the Mass Department of Revenue study, which stated that, quote, 3-member boards is conducive to small town governance, in which the selectmen play a stronger role in daily municipal affairs. It goes on to state that an expanded number of selectmen, 5, creates greater oversight of town administration positions, and it broadens the representation for residents to the board. Happily, Milton did move on this and increase their select board from 3 to 5, and they've been very happy ever since, I guess. So, this is the benefits to Weston for increasing to 5. We will have a broader diversity of view and skill sets. better select board representation for the residents, better distribution of select board workload, which you can anticipate is going to really be huge in the future. Greater efficiency and opportunity for offline discussion between two board members, because as it is right now, two people can't talk about anything or collaborate on a study. This way, two people can be assigned and actually become the experts in an area and report back to the others. Now, towns that we compare ourselves to have all increased to 5. So Wellesley, Concord, Sudbury, Wayland, Carlisle, Lexington. And I thought I was checking the Dover warrant, and I believe there's something going on there for a citizen's petition. And they're a tiny town, like 3,000 something residents, and they're thinking about increasing to 5, just because the complexity of life is changing. All right, also clarifications. The select board does choose to characterize this petition as piecemeal. It is not. I think Alex spoke eloquently to the fact that the town meeting is an honored tradition, and since 1715, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, back when it wasn't the Commonwealth, it was still a colony, they allowed residents, citizens, to have petitions if, as long as they had 10 registered voters, 10 qualified voters, to add the warrant article. Because I guess even back then, the selectmen were occasionally hesitant to address issues that maybe other citizens wanted to hear about. So this is an important amendment for effectiveness of our executive branch of government. Even if we approve this tonight, the process takes about a year because the state of Massachusetts does not take this lightly, this sort of anything to do with a change to the executive committee, the executive board of our town. And so we need additional and more diverse representation. The town issues and the scope of the select board responsibilities have certainly grown over the last 310 years, and the surrounding towns have already made the change. 5 works better. So I think it's time for us to vote to increase this select board to 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zacharias. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Ms. Zacharias' motion under Article 24? Mr. Houston.
Mr. Houston again. I'll just reiterate that the select board doesn't have a position on the substance of increasing from 3 to 5. Our objection was with the process and thinking it should be done as part of a comprehensive look at town government. I think actually the presentation just now underscored that, because the vast majority of the stuff about the 40B and all falls into planning and zoning issues, which begs the question of, do we need to restructure the planning board with either shorter terms or more members or other changes? So for my part, can't speak for the other two, but I think we'll still move ahead with some sort of government study committee to look at all this stuff. We just won't use the consultant, and we'll still get good volunteers. The only things I would say as far as the substance itself, look, I've been in 3 elections. All 3 of them have been contested. And I, if anyone, should have been really happy if we'd had 5, because I think plotting it through, I probably wouldn't have had any of them contested, which would have saved a lot of time, energy, stress, expense, etc. over the years. On the other hand, I think that people have appreciated having a choice between candidates in these elections, and we already have relatively few contested elections. The most recent select board election was not contested. So we will have more uncontested elections, which is fine if you want everyone that wants to run to basically have a slot. We can do that. But again, I think people in these elections have appreciated having a choice between different views, different priorities, etc. So we'll put that out there. The open meeting law thing is interesting, because the argument seems to be that if you have 5, 2 people can talk together. That seems contrary to transparency, because it means that A can talk to B and C can talk to D. E's stuck out on their own. They can't talk to anyone, or it'll be a violation. And I have a feeling that on the boards that have 5, every conversation that someone who's serving on that has with another member doesn't begin with, wait, before I ask you about X, can you just confirm you haven't talked to anyone else in the committee about X? The feeling that might be a rule honored in the breach when you have 5, whereas the 3 of us get together, we can't talk about town stuff. It's a flat rule. So that's another thing to consider. But like I say, we think the process should be different for adopting these changes. I think we will probably still move forward with the government study committee, and those are some additional thoughts on the increase itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Does anyone in the gymnasium wish to be heard on Ms. Zacharias' motion under Article 24?
I don't see anybody standing at the microphone, and I don't see anybody's hand up, so I think not.
Thank you. I think I have one person in the auditorium who wishes to speak.
Mr. Moderator, Joseph W. Mullen, 81 Merriam Street.
Mr. Mullen?
I served as on the Board of Selectmen for 3 terms in the 90s. I have been appointed as the chairman of your Fair Housing Needs Committee. Served as your Civil Defense Director. My 5th term as library trustee, so I'm very, very honored at the elected and appointed support. This community and this town meeting has really had a phenomenal record in the 30 years that I've been in town, and finding individuals who are willing to sacrifice, work hard as appointed members of our municipal government. The merits of the article are certainly worthy of your consideration. And there isn't anything which is sort of a red flag from my point of view. I do want to spend 1 or 2 minutes to remind you of the way the position of selectmen has changed. I was elected from 1989 to 1998, and Weston at the time had no family housing under Chapter 40B. And we had what was called a weeks town manager form of government. So our job, and during the 9 years that I was there, was not only to come to the town meeting for any financial issues or budgetary issues, but to do virtually all of the collective bargaining with the town side bargaining units of the town. So the 3 of us would annually go forward with the Department of Public Works, the library trustees, the police department, and the fire department to do all of the collective bargaining, 3-year agreements. We also, at the time, were responsible, as your 3-member board, to actually hire any new police or fire department official. We did this in concert with the chiefs of the police and the fire department, but it was our role to actually review and interview the individuals who would be appointed to those positions. So the revolution occurred, the reform occurred around 2001 when we switched from a weak town manager government to a strong town management of government. And once that happened, all of the tasks that I just mentioned to you were transferred to an administrative official. And the workload then compressed and went down to a much more of a policy-oriented organization the way it exists now. Individual, as I reflected on the people who are coming forward to run for selectmen, we've received quite a good talent pool from which to have our elections. There's another revolution or reform that occurred in New England that you may, I think, appreciate, and that is about 100 years ago, we began switching from partisan municipal elections according to party to nonpartisan elections, and that is the way we have our board now. In terms of diversity or reflection of different ideas, in essence, there isn't anyone who is running as a Democrat, running as an independent, running as a Republican. I served during my term with 6 other select people, very, very dedicated people, and I cannot tell you to this day what the political affiliation of 2 of my colleagues was at the time. So that is the second aspect to keep in mind as we contemplate going from 3. The talent pool was great, the dedication was good, the leadership that we have in this board comes up through the ranks. By the way, it is not an easy job. It's rare that an individual comes and runs for selectman without him or her understanding the intense task and job description of being a leader of the town. One of the subtle elements that's beginning to occur in our town, even with the praise I'm giving to people coming forward, is that we are finding a bit fewer people, even in our community, who are willing to do the hard work and the dedicated tasks that come to the position. Finally, in terms of Chapter 40B, during the 9 years I was here chairman, we had no Chapter 40B family housing in the town. We were one of 6 communities in Massachusetts that had no Chapter 40B housing. These town meeting votes and the votes of our committees in town have been really creative and positive in changing that point of view. During my tenure in the 9 years, we had our first 2 developments for Chapter 40B family housing on Winter Street and Livermore Street, and in addition, additional elderly housing in the Phase 2 of Marion Village. So the performance by the individuals that I have served with throughout these years has been phenomenal. My hope is that you reflect on that before you vote to go ahead and to do the 5 with all that I've been saying. I pay tribute to these individuals and ask you to be careful in casting your vote from going from 3 to 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Yes, I do, Phil.
Yes.
John Fisk, 8 French Road.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Fisk.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
86 years old. I'm not going to be around for all the wonderful things that are happening in this room tonight. The first wonderful thing is that we're having a meeting, and I want to congratulate the selectmen or whoever it was who had the guts to take us away from the high school playing field and put us back in this room where we can have the kind of town meeting you were talking about. The second wonderful thing is the opportunity. It's obviously we're going to go to a 5-member board, listening to the tone of this meeting. And that's a wonderful opportunity for you all. But it means somebody's going to have to run for that office. We just voted for how many positions and none of them were contested. So you have a responsibility. The third and last wonderful thing is the collegiality of the government in this town. And people who come here from other towns where they're constantly fighting marvel at the ability that we have to cooperate with one another. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote on Ms. Zacharias' petition article. As it appears on the screen, requires a majority vote. When the green light comes on, press 1 for yes, press 2 for no. The green light is on. Voting period is concluded. Ms. Zacharias' motion passes by a vote of 402 to 159 with 5 abstentions. We will now proceed to Article 25. Is there a motion under Article 25?
I'm going to try to bring it up. Article 25, I move that the town appropriate $413,400 to pay costs of design and engineering services for the eventual reconstruction of the intersection of Route 20 and Highland Street, including all incidental and related expenses to be spent under the direction of the town manager, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Is there a second? Here a second. Mr. Houston, would you wish to speak to your motion?
All right, great. So we're talking about the intersection of Highland and Route 20. All of you are familiar with this intersection. If you haven't seen or experienced an accident at this intersection, consider yourself lucky. At the very least, you've held your breath crossing that intersection at most times of day. Or perhaps you've just decided never to cross through it, never to let your kids or your caregivers cross through it. It's a very dangerous intersection, and as one anecdotal evidence for that, our town manager and DPW director happened to be at the Department of Transportation for a hearing on a completely different matter and happened to catch sight of a DOT piece that itself flagged Highland and 20 as one of the most dangerous intersections in this area, and I believe in the state. It is sort of the bookend to the intersection of 20 and Wellesley that is already in the TIP process to be improved to reduce how dangerous that is. So what do we do about this intersection at Highland and 20? The first step, and this is what we're seeking the funds for, the first step in this process is to assess and design and figure out what the options are, and then move forward with those options. When I talk about the assessment stage, that is looking at the various possibilities for that intersection and that surrounding area. They are described and assessed and screened. This includes ideas presented by the Traffic and Sidewalk Committee as well as ideas presented by the community. It takes into account all perspectives, including costs. Those possibilities are winnowed down, is to move forward with a more detailed design and analysis and engineering of the one or more options that seem to be the most preferable alternatives based on feedback from all of the relevant boards, committees, and other stakeholders. Again, this is the bookend to the 20 and Wellesley Street intersection. I do want to address a couple of questions that have come up about this. One is that there's a question about whether this intersection in the process might be going through the TIP process. The TIP process, I think it stands for Traffic Improvement Plan. It's a state program where the state basically helps cover some of the costs of road work. The Route 20 and Wellesley Street intersection improvement is in the TIP process. The Route 30 proposal is in the TIP process. This intersection might wind up in the TIP process, but depending on what design and outcome seems preferable for the town, that's not certain yet, so we're not promising it. The reasons not to put something through the TIP process would be that the TIP process takes a lot of time. The TIP process for 20 and Wellesley has been going on for almost a decade. We expect it to get resolved hopefully favorably in the next few years, but that's a long time for an intersection that we hear increasingly is a concern to Weston residents and their families. So there is a chance that depending on what comes out of this that we might not want to put this through the TIP process if it's a bill that the town would want to pay in order to control the timing a little bit more. The other thing that's been raised is that there is a provision in, I believe, the development agreement with the potential developer of the 751 Boston Post Road project, where they will have to help cover the costs of design and improvements at Route 20 and Highland Street, this intersection. The reason that we're not waiting for that is because that is in an appeals state that could go on for years and years, and we don't want to have to wait for that, but we will certainly not be spending anything without making sure that there will be some way to recoup it from the developer if that development actually goes through, which again has not been finalized yet. So with that, I would just encourage your support of this article so that we can take care of what really is a very dangerous intersection as any of you have experienced and others can attest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion under Article 25? Yes, sir.
Jay Doyle, 3 Bakersfield Road.
Mr. Doyle.
Thank you. I'm here as chair of the Weston Traffic and Sidewalk Committee, and just to add a few other details to the description of Article 25 and to request your support. As has been mentioned, this is one of the most dangerous intersections in town. It is one of the critical north-south crossing points of Route 20. There aren't many of them, and this is one of the most dangerous ones. the need for improvements at this intersection are critical now. So it's independent, the need to address this intersection of any proposed developments along Route 20. The need is there and it's growing worse by the day. By approving this article, it'll provide sufficient resources for the town engineer and the Public Works Department to engage with an engineering firm to develop a wide range of alternatives to look at there, not just traffic signals, but look at other non-signalized options, potential ways to improve the intersection. There'll be a wide range of alternatives that will be considered. There'll be opportunities through the process to engage with the neighborhoods in the corridor, particularly along Highland, Love Lane, Chestnut, and all of the neighborhoods that are located to the south of the intersection, as well as Boston Post Road and the neighborhoods to the north. Looking forward to a very robust public process to get as much input as possible before selecting a preferred alternative, which would then advance into the design process. So I would encourage you to vote yes on Article 25 to address this dangerous intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Houston's motion? I don't see anybody in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Mrs. Jays?
No, there's, yes, there's a gentleman coming to the microphone.
Frank Flynn, 725 Boston Post Road.
Mr. Flynn.
Good evening. So what's kind of being sidestepped here is the very great reason that the town now needs a study to study this intersection, which is highly hazardous, is because of the friendly 40B that the town engaged in with the developer at 751 Boston Post Road. So, because when that project goes through, there's going to be about 1,000 car trips a day from that property, and that's just a few blocks down. This intersection is a few blocks down from that. So, you know, there should have been some kind of smart planning done to plan for this before now, because now it's very critical.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, sir. Ma'am. Can't tell. Who is that?
Did you hear that, Rick?
Kenny, I just recognized someone in this room, so I'm letting them speak.
All 155 Conant Road.
Yes, sir.
I think it was in 2006 that I was sitting in my office and I received a phone call from my wife. That evening we were going to trade in a car. She said, "You remember that car we were going to trade in?" Well, we don't have it anymore. We don't have the front end of it. This was before any 40B came up. We don't have the front end of it at any rate. Fortunately, the two cats are still alive. I'm somewhat in a daze. She was sitting at that intersection. This intersection needs work, and it has nothing to do with 40B.
Thank you, sir. Patty, there was someone in the gymnasium.
Melissa Croker, 56 River Road, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee.
Ms. Crocker?
I move that the town raise and appropriate $85,000 for costs to plan and design pickleball courts in Weston and approve Article 26 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Please proceed.
Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the U.S., up almost 40% in the last 2 years. It's a fun sport that combines tennis, badminton, and pickleball, and ping pong. It requires very little training or athleticism and can be played by people of all ages. The court is the same size as a badminton court and has the same surface as a tennis court. The net is 4 inches shorter than a tennis net. Next. Pickleball is so popular because anyone can play. It's easy to learn, it's fun, it's great exercise, and it's inexpensive to play. Next. 80% of pickleball players in the U.S. are over the age of 17. Almost 80% of Weston residents are over the age of 17. With the exception of the memorial pool and the tennis courts, 2/3 of which are on school grounds, there are no recreational facilities for adults. Next. This article, that neither you nor I can read, is an example of how popular pickleball is becoming. There are stories on TV and in mainstream media all the time explaining the game and talking about celebrities who play. Bill Gates, George Clooney, Ellen, and Jimmy Kimmel, to name just a few. And if George is playing, I am playing. Next. We need pickleball courts for many reasons. They'll add facilities for adults in town and add another recreational option for all residents. They'll eliminate court conflicts with tennis players. Players will be able to play on properly sized courts with appropriately sized nets, and more adult programming will be possible through rec, which will add revenue. Next. Pickleball is different from tennis in that it's almost always played as doubles. The concept of open play has 12 or more participants playing for a certain amount of time in either a round robin or ladders rotation. Medway has new pickleball courts and has regular open play sessions. They have a large and active group. People use an app to sign up to play at a designated time. You want to play? You just sign up. You don't need a partner. You don't need a foursome. It's easy and it's community building. The 2020 Recreation Master Plan identified pickleball courts as a top priority. Last fall, the committee began a feasibility study using $20,000 of CPC funding. In April, Burchard Park was identified as the best location after discussion between the committee and its consultants and with feedback from residents in the Rec Commission. Next. Our consultants considered 6 different locations in town. The 2 finalists were Burchard and Malone Field, which is at the end of Dravington Way. We shared these options with residents and talked about the pros and cons of both, ultimately choosing Burchard as the location. Next. The primary reason for having chosen Burchard is that the site development costs will be 25% lower than at Malone. Second, there will be less of an impact to the neighborhood. Third, there are existing bathroom facilities. And finally, it makes an excellent multi-purpose park. A challenge exists at both facilities because there are MOUs in place with Concom and Rec Commission. An amendment will need to be made, but both commissions support this. Next. We will request CPA funds to build pickleball courts. Given the seasonal time cycle of this project, as well as the CPC fund cycle, it was not possible to request CPA funding for tonight. By getting general funds now, we will avoid a year-long construction delay, which, given rising construction costs, will negate any advantage of receiving state matching funds now. Our committee unanimously decided to move forward with our request, and the select board supports it. And that's why I'm here, for your support. Pickleball is growing very quickly and is really popular amongst adults. After polling residents, the 2020 master plan identified it as a top priority. Tonight, we are asking you to appropriate $85,000 to design new courts. We have the full support of the Recreation Commission and the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crocker. Would anyone like else?
Lisa Raytano, 409 Conant, speaking for the Finance Committee.
Ms. Raytano.
The Finance Committee unanimously opposes this article. We're not opposed to pickleball, but we are opposed to this method of funding. We believe the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee should be applying for community preservation funds instead of raising additional taxes to pay for these design fees. Again, CPA funds are a bucket of money that can only be used for 3 types of expenses: open space recreation, historic resources, and community housing. It can't be used for anything else. It can't be used for maintenance either. It has to be new projects or renovations. So we have the money sitting there now in CPA funds. They just need to come back in the fall and apply for it. Pickleball court design fees clearly falls into the open space recreation bucket, and rather than tax residents for the additional funds, we as a town in general should be going to the CPC for funding for anything that qualifies. If it turns out down the road that we don't have enough money to cover a project that would qualify, that's when we should be going to the town for additional funds, additional taxes, not when we actually have the money. So we strongly feel the Rec Master Plan Steering Committee should come back to the annual town meeting, or come back in the fall town meeting with a CPC request for design funds. And then they can come back in next year's annual town meeting for funding for building the courts, which is consistent with the timeline they outlined for us when we presented to the FinCom, that they would be looking for funding for actually building the courts next year. So we urge you to vote this down. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Raytano. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, sir. In one moment, yes.
Eric Rosenthal, 15 Lincoln Street.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I'm Chair of the Recreation Commission, who voted to approve this item in the warrant unanimously. One of the reasons I think was mentioned was that the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee's report that was released in 2020 took several years to develop, and now we're 2 years past that. I'm not sure. I think Ms. Crocker will speak to the fact that if we wait for another cycle to come for CPC funds, it will not be that this will go out up on the warrant for construction costs next year, but rather 2 years from now. And that would mean it would be almost 6 years from when it was originally proposed in the master planning process. One of the aspects of that the Recreation worked carefully with the Recreation Master Planning Steering Committee was to really get input on the master plan from all different generations, and I think this proposal specifically speaks to that. Finally, I think Ms. Crocker spoke to it, but really, if you look at the cost of materials and labor right now, if we wait to bring this back another season, all the costs that we spoke to will be wasted, including our time for having listened to this presentation. We'll be listening to it once again. But I think we're more focused on the costs, and we don't want to see those costs escalate anymore and outstrip any cost savings that we would have. Finally, from CPC, those monies exist in different buckets, and we understand the recreation bucket is one item we will likely be coming to you in the fall for money for Memorial Pool. And I think what we heard from the select board, and I will ask them for any point of information, is that we may expect to saturate that bucket this year. So it's not clear to me that there would be any savings from coming back another season. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, bear with me while I read my chicken scratch. I'm Kelly LaRock, 421 Conant Road, moderator.
Ms. LaRock?
I'm a member of the Recreation Master Planning Steering Committee as well, and I support Article 26. I started playing pickleball 2 years ago when I signed up to take a clinic through Weston Recreation. I was immediately hooked. I met several new friends there who I routinely play with. We continue to play together today. During our off season, some of us joined a pickleball club in Medfield, where we play very regularly. We play on appropriately sized courts with appropriately sized nets, and there's no turning back. It's really frustrating to play on tennis courts. I've been through my many friends that I play with in Medfield. I've been invited to play on the Millis courts as well as Medway courts, where I've been able to just jump into their open play. It's like no other sport that I've ever participated in. You just show up and there's a whole group of new friends to engage with. It's a lot of fun, and I really hope that Weston passes this article and we can move forward and we can build a similar community. So let's not put off the momentum, and I hope you'll consider voting with me. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaRock. Does anyone else wish to be heard in the auditorium? In the gymnasium?
There's no one at the microphones in the gym.
Thank you. Ms. Crocker, you all set? Yep. I think we're ready to vote. This requires a majority vote. If you're in favor of Mrs. Crocker's motion under Article 26, please press 1 for yes. If you're opposed, please press 2 for no when the green light goes on. The green light is on. The voting period has concluded. Ms. Crocker's motion fails. It achieved a vote of 230 yes to 303 no, with 5 abstentions. So we will move on now to Article 27, appropriate for water tank replacement.
Lori Bent, 326 Conant Road, and a member of the Select Board. Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Bent?
I move that the town appropriate $4,600,000 to pay the costs of siting, design, and construction of water storage tanks and all incidental and related costs to be spent under the direction of the town manager, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow up to said amount under and pursuant to general laws, chapter 44, section 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Is there a second? There's a second. Ms. Bent?
Thank you. I'm actually going to be talking about Articles 27 and 28 at the same time. But before I begin, let me just say that I'm here to talk about one of the most critical services Weston provides to its residents, which is clean water, and to ask you to vote yes on both Article 27 and Article 28 so that the town can continue to provide this service. You'll see, now,
go back. You'll see on the map here where the water tanks are in Weston, in case you didn't know. Cat Rock is up there in the upper right, Paynes Hill sort of middle left, and Dublin Hill in the lower right, and then the two pumping stations, Black Oak and the Wellesley Street pumping station. Next slide. So just briefly to summarize what these articles are, Article 27 would appropriate $4.6 million to replace the Paynes Hill water tank. And Article 28, which is also necessary for this project, would amend the zoning bylaw so that there is no limit on the height of the water tank. Currently, zoning rules would restrict heights to 37 feet. So we need both the funds and the authority to design water tanks that are adequate to serve Weston. So why are we talking about water tanks? There are really two issues, boils down to two issues. One, the tanks are old, and two, the tank elevations are inadequate. They have no storage capacity. A drought or a fire could be disastrous. I want to tell you a little story about the summer of 2016. This is from our DPW director, and I'm going to quote him, July of 2016. I came back from vacation to a knock on my door that the tanks were not recovering because of extended use and the lack of adequate storage capacity. The pumps were running 24/7. The water superintendent and I drove to several of the largest water users to ask them to stop watering as we were having a significant water flow issue. The tanks ran dry and the alarms were going off. End quote. I want to tell you, I've seen the actual log of the Paynes Hill tank, which records the water level. It's a constant log, it's constantly being monitored. Paynes Hill tank had 2 feet of water in the bottom of the tank on July 27th, 2016. That's 2 feet of water in a 28-foot high tank. We were down at the bottom. The Selectmen's minutes from the July 26, 2016 meeting reflect the urgency of that drought. The constant pumping, this is a quote from the minutes, the constant pumping is draining the tanks to unsafe levels, which could place public safety at risk in the event of a water main break or a fire. And the Select Board responded by instituting alternate day watering schedule. You may remember this. So the problem is, water was flowing out of the tanks faster than it was flowing in. With no capacity to store water beyond our daily usage, the town has no reserve. Storage capacity, or reserve, is like having a savings cushion in your bank account to get you through the times when money might be going out a little faster than it's coming in. We have no cushion to get us through the tough times in our water tanks. And based on changing weather patterns, there are going to be more droughts. The fire chief has stated that in 2016, the town's water levels dropped to a dangerously low point, and if a major fire had occurred during that period, it would have presented a major issue with possible catastrophic outcome. The town hired Wright Pierce Engineering to look at the town's water system. And Wright Pierce presented its description of the state of Weston's water system, actually at one of my very first select board meetings in the summer of 2019. And I was shocked to learn that we had no reserves. The Wright Pierce master plan that was presented that night has been our guiding document in setting priorities to address the system's deficiencies. So based on that master plan and the priorities they set, we have, first thing was a tank alternative study. That funding for that was approved at the 2019 special town meeting. That has been completed. The next step is to replace the Paynes Hill tank, and that's where we are tonight. So we've been following a plan here to get to this point. The third priority that was mentioned in that master plan was to review the second MWRA connection. MWRA is the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority. That's where we get all our water. It comes from Quabbin through them. So I just want to mention on the second MWRA connection, it's a good idea, but it will not solve our most urgent water problems, which are tank age and elevation. It's also something that is not completely under our control. We have begun conversations with the MWRA on this, and we will work towards building that second connection. But meanwhile, we don't have any indication of a problem with our existing connection. So it would be nice to have redundancy. But we still are going to need new water tanks, with or without that connection. And if we build that connection and we don't have a working tank to put the water in, then that backup pipe isn't doing us any good. We have had a working group looking at this issue for the last year, since July of 2021, with representatives of various boards, Planning Board, Select Board, Conservation Commission. So this has been something that the town has been working for. Next slide. So here's a picture of Paynes Hill Tank, and the point I want to make here is that our tanks are old and in bad shape. You can see the spalling on this tank where the concrete is reacting to water, getting into cracks in the concrete. Paynes Hill is one of the oldest tanks of its type still in operation. It's an old jalopy, and the town has cared for it lovingly, but it's served longer than all of its peers, and just like an old car, you have to know when to stop doing expensive repairs and replace it. The time has come. It has to be replaced. The other two tanks are even older than Paynes Hill. Doublet Hill is 91 years old. Cat Rock is 76 years old. Both should be replaced soon. So we're embarking on a long-term project here to invest in critical town infrastructure. And replacing Paynes Hill is the first step in this process. And phase 1. So phases 2 and 3 will involve the other two tanks. Now, if you remember, I said at the beginning we had two problems with our tanks, which we've just been talking about. One is that they're old, and that we have inadequate tank elevations, no storage capacity. So now I want to talk about the second issue, tank elevations. To understand this issue, we need a short explanation of water tank hydraulics. Never say you didn't learn something at town meeting. This is a brief explanation of how water tanks work. They have two functions. They store water to meet peak demand, and they store energy to create pressure. So the pumping station, as you see on the left, pumps the water into the tank. Then, when the tank is full, the weight of the water in the tank creates downward pressure. That's the pressure that sends the water through the system and into your tap. The system works by gravity. So ideally, the tanks are big enough and high enough that at peak demand, the pumps are working about 12 to 16 hours a day, and the pressure in the tank provides at least 35 pounds per square inch, which is a measure of pressure, to buildings, and 20 pounds per square inch for fires. Water pressure is a function of the height of the tank. So, the reason Weston tanks are inadequate is that homes have been built at higher elevations than the system is designed to serve. Our tanks have no storage. Under maximum demand, the pumps are working non-stop. That's not good for the pumps, and sometimes, like in July of 2016, even working non-stop is not enough. So that's number one. Number two, our tanks are not high enough. Homes at higher elevation cannot adequately be served with tanks at the height that we currently have them. The tanks work together as a system. They all have to be the same elevation. They're connected. As you can see here, the tops of Weston's 3 tanks are all at the same elevation, 367 feet, even though the ground that they are built on varies in elevation. So the elevation that's been recommended to us by the engineers is 396 feet. And that's represented by the dotted blue line on this slide. That elevation would create water storage in Weston, it would improve water pressure, and it would serve the future residents of the town. I do want to point out that we won't benefit from that additional storage created by that height until all 3 tanks are built, because it works as one system. So this slide shows the areas of Weston that are underserved. The areas in color have low town-provided water pressure. Some of these houses may have their own pumps, but if we can build tanks at a higher elevation, we'll be able to improve service to some of these areas. This is a complicated project, and there are challenges. For one thing, we have to keep the old tanks in use while the new tanks are being built. And that means the new tanks have to be built in a new location. And furthermore, the existing tanks are on postage stamp parcels, which are not big enough to accommodate a second tank. So we're going to have to use conservation land for the new tanks. And that's an extensive process. It requires 2/3 vote of the town, 2/3 vote of the state legislature. It's a very time-consuming and thorough process. So those are some of the challenges. Talking about money, well, I put a little picture of a deteriorating tank over here. I'm hoping that we can solve this problem before Paynes Hill looks like that. We are going to have to replace these tanks soon, because we're courting disaster. We were lucky in 2016 that nothing happened, but we may not be so lucky the next time. Waiting can be costly. Prices are going up, inflation is happening, and at the same time, we have an opportunity now to use some funds that may be available to help us with this. We have our ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act money, which we may be able to put some of that money towards these tanks. And in addition, there's a federal infrastructure law that may, if we have a shovel-ready project, we may be able to take advantage of some of those funds. So now is really a good time to do this. So in conclusion, Weston tanks are old, Weston tanks are inadequate. We have no storage capacity and we have insufficient pressure. So replacing the tanks is really a question of when we do it, not whether we do it. I want to mention that we have support from the FinCom, the Planning Board, the Select Board, the DPW Director, the Fire Chief, and I believe the Board of Health as well. If this doesn't pass, I'm here newly elected to my 2nd term here, and if I have to, I will be coming back to you at every future town meeting with this presentation, asking you to please support the water tanks. So let's just do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ben. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Ms. Ben's motion? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Laura Azam, 195 Westerly Road.
Ms. Azam?
I'm here with as chair of the Weston Board of Health, and just wanted to emphasize that having an adequate and safe water supply is essential for the health, safety, and as well as economic well-being of Weston and its residents. Therefore, the Board of Health does wanted to voice their unanimous support for Articles 27 and 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Adelap.
Alfred Adelon, 251 Boston Post Road, Mr. Roderick.
Mr. Adelon.
As an architect, I appreciate all the effort that went into the master plan. I may be one of the 5 people in town that actually read the master plan, and I think anybody that did read it deserves some kind of a medal for accomplishment. It's a very long document, but I think it's clear that the system needs upgrading, and I totally support that goal. The master plan calls for replacing the Paynes Hill water tank, but I'm concerned about this article, which funds the entire project from beginning to end. If the article passes, this is the only time we'll be able to vote on it, but we really have no idea if the proposed budget will cover it or even what it is exactly. The master plan increases the Paynes Hill tank from 1 million gallons to 3.6 million gallons, tripling the size of the tank, or at least the storage capacity. But the question has to do with how much storage is enough storage, and the pumps that supply the storage to make it adequate. The report, the master plan report, talks about increasing storage because you need it for the existing MWRA pump to service the facility. But in another part of the report, it talks about installing a second pump, MWRA pump, and there's a question about whether you need all of the new storage they're proposing and 2 pumps. So there are questions like this that I still have, and I'll go through some of them. It would be interesting to know what the details of the project will be. Right now, there's nothing on paper. It's completely conjectural concept. How large is the facility going to be? What land area and site disruption is needed? What grading and tree clearing? Is the new tank going to be constructed near the old one? Because the report says that as the tanks are replaced, the existing tanks remain in service while the new tanks are built. And I'm just going by what the master plan is specifying. If that's the case, is the new tank going to be near the old one or separate, on a separate plot, since the old tank has to remain? Is the separate plot going to be higher up the hill than the existing tank's land? What happens then with it when the existing tank is taken down? What happens to that land when it's demolished? Is it a single tank or multiple tanks? How visible will it be from other areas around town? If the new tank is higher and it's taller, how will it intrude into the viewscape along Highland Street? What access is needed for construction, maintenance, and infrastructure? What are the lighting and power needs? Are there security measures like a barrier fence or alarms needed? Will the new tank be further up the hill, really? Or exactly where will it be located? And will antennas be permitted above the tank, and how tall? Finally, what is the permitting process? Because we know this is going to be Chapter 97 land transaction. So that will be something that needs to be factored in when we talk about costs. It is a long process. That's true, or it can be. Finally, what is the impact from the big projects, the 40B and multifamily projects that Sue Zacharias talked about? Because the report itself came out in 2019 before we knew about the new zoning regulations that are coming from the state, before we knew the details of the big 40B projects that we're looking at today. So it would be helpful to have an analysis of how those projects will impact what our water needs are going to be in the future. Instead of the whole project, I would strongly prefer funding only consulting fees at this stage. But that process would confirm or modify what's in the master plan, and it would be followed with detailed documents and a real construction estimate. Parenthetically, the master plan actually recommends this approach in their executive summary. If we do it that way, we'll know what we're actually buying and why. We deserve to vote on that. I therefore urge that we vote against this article and that the select board come back with an article for the consulting fees initially, so that we can know what we're getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adelot. Yes, sir, Mr. Pastor.
Bruce Pastor, 1 Pine Summit Circle, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Pastor.
I studied this issue in some detail, and I want to thank Lori and the very excellent presentation. And in general, it seems like a necessity to replace the tanks, but there are a few caveats I'd like to raise. One, the necessity for increasing the water pressure. Obviously, if we needed extra water pressure to fight fires, that would be absolutely necessary. But fortunately, the fire department has pump trucks to increase the pressure. The only other reason is for 300 or 400 homes that are close to the elevation of the tank, so their water pressures are not good. I live in a neighborhood just like that, and for 7 years I've lived with low pressures, which means I don't have a robust pressure when I take a shower. It's not a necessity, it's a luxury to have high pressure. And so I finally, after I heard about this report, thinking that it would take 5 to 7 more years to finish the project, and I put in a water booster for very little money, and I think that is a possibility for everyone who is concerned about high pressure in their homes. The other possible issue is the capacity. No doubt we do need extra capacity, but it's also a possibility that if we don't need the elevation for the pressure, we can take the existing tanks and bury some of them underground to increase the capacity below grade. And the other possibility is we could save an awful lot of aggravation with zoning issues and planning board issues and height issues if we keep the tanks at the same height, put them below grade, and keep them in the same place. Now, there's a possibility that can be explored that we can use the augmented flow from the MWRA water source to service some tanks, so we could even keep the Payne Hill tank offline for deconstruction and reconstruction and replacement at the same site on a short-term basis based on a time of the year when it's low water usage. So for all these reasons, I think that it might be possible to do this project a lot more cheaply, with a lot less aggravation with regard to planning board, zoning board, conservation commission issues, and we can just dispense with the idea of needing high water pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pastor. Is there anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard?
No, there's nobody waiting at the microphone in the gymnasium.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, this is on. I'm one house away from the tank. I've lived in the neighborhood all my life, so I can tell you that my husband and I, when this issue came up, we both have background in engineering, and so of course we dove into this and thought this was really interesting, reviewed the plan, even went and spoke with Mr. Ayu, he is the town planner, to get the specifics. We reviewed the plans, all the numbers on the plans, the heights, everything. We live in the low pressure zone. We have a booster in our house. It's just a pump that boosts the pressure a little bit. It's easy to live with, not a problem. And so we questioned how the tanks, the actual physical replacement of the tanks, how it would work, how it would affect our water pressure. Yes, they said we would not be without water because we would have the existing tank go to the other tank. Okay, you got all the specifics, but one thing they didn't seem to address specifically was the height problem. Now, I asked Mr. Ayu, if you don't have a height restriction on any building project, that means the engineers can design anything. They could design a balloon type, balloon on a stick, or a stick with a balloon on the top type of tank, which would be very tall, without a height restriction. They could put antennas and other things on top of tanks without a height restriction or a restriction that says that this is just for water tank purposes.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
I think it's really important that people understand that a little bit further study to refine even just the basic engineering details would probably save a lot of money, answer a lot more questions for exactly what you're voting on. And one way to work with the engineers for getting the exact pressure they don't know until they go to build the tank, where we said, you just designate at 390, you may need 390 feet, you just give an extra 10 feet. And you know you've got enough leeway as an engineer. And as engineers, we figured that out. And Mr. Ayu said, well, yeah, that's a possibility. You could put a restriction on the height. You could put a restriction for no antennas or other things on the tanks. So these sorts of things I think that people here in the town should address and get a more specific information so you know exactly what you're voting on. And again, I live at the top of Double Hill Road. I'll be right in the middle of construction when they go to do this. We plan to stay there a long time. So I think it's worth getting more information. So I would just urge you to vote against this plan, but definitely the goal to improve the water supply is a really good and excellent goal.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard in the auditorium? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Judy Nitch. I live at 17 Blake Road.
Ms. Nitch.
I'm a civil engineer. I've lived in Weston for more than 15 years. I know quite a bit about hydraulics, water supply, storage, and distribution systems. Personally, I think to not support this article is irresponsible and reckless. I've listened in on several of the planning board Zooms on the project. I watched one that was recorded. And there have been a lot of comments about, for example, water conservation. Why don't we do more for water conservation? I'll share that adding water conservation to what all of us does personally is a good thing to do. No question, that's not going to solve our problem though. We have a 69-year-old water tank. That's my age. We've done things that, within our homes, we look at the infrastructure in our homes and we say, okay, I need to maintain this. You have to sometimes replace things and so forth. It's the same thing with this water tank. It's 69 years old. It's the only one around of that type that's still active. So although it says it's at its useful life, it's probably beyond its useful life. And I believe that we must be prepared to have viable water facilities in the town of Weston. And we have to have them in place before those tanks fail. I think voting in favor of this investment, which is for the design, getting the siting of the property for the new tank, so they do have the redundancy, the existing tank there while we're building the second tank, is required, and we need to have appropriate quantities of water and the water pressure that's required. Imagine if there was a fire at a house that was very high up in the elevation, and there wasn't enough pressure to take care of that house. Whose responsibility is that? We've already acknowledged as a town that, yeah, there isn't enough pressure up there. Who's going to be responsible then? So we have to think about this seriously, I think, as residents. Also, voting yes on the next article goes hand in hand with this vote on this article. We need to raise the height limit in our zoning bylaw to build a new water tank at the height required for the pressure that we need. I'll have to remember, as an engineer, hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. Let's be proactive. Let's keep our existing water system running and look to the future to make sure that we are protecting ourselves and the other residents in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nitch. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this motion? Yes, Ms. Bent.
I just want to respond to some of what's been said. Al Ayla's comments about wanting more details, wanting more information. we need to do that. And the process that we are proposing, that the select board has already voted to set up, would be a town committee, a public town committee with representation from the select board, from the planning board, from the conservation commission, the relevant town staff, and some residents, to work out these issues. The problem with an issue of this type, it's so complicated because there are a lot of competing considerations, and the best way to deal with those competing considerations is if we all get in the same room and we talk. That's how we are going to meet the challenge of this project that is going to require conservation land. And to answer some of the questions that have come up, the tanks are proposed to be adjacent to where they are now. We're not talking about moving them to a new place. We do want to keep the land that they're on currently, want to reserve that in case in the future we need water tanks again. And so we'll have a place to build a new tank, and we won't be stuck in the position we're in right now with postage stamps. It's unlikely that a new tank could be sited higher because we've already picked the highest spots. So they're probably going to be slightly downhill. As I explained in my slide about the elevation, the tanks all have to be the same elevation. It doesn't matter what height they're built at. So if it's built at a lower elevation, you still have to reach that same high level for the tank to function. So that's why it doesn't really work to say a certain height is the ideal height. It has to be an elevation that works system-wide. So we've already done the consulting fees, we've already done the thinking, we have the boards, they're available on the town website. We're really ready to take the next step with this. And it will be a collaborative step. There will be input from all the interested parties. But essentially, we have old, failing tanks. And I don't want to be the one that was here at the helm when Paints Hill fails and everybody's pointing fingers and saying, why didn't the town do something about this? We have an old, failing tank. You're hearing it now. And as long as we have to replace it, let's plan to build something that will serve the town into the future. There are engineering standards for planning to deal with water. You plan 20 years into the future, and that is what this design will do. The funding is available. The moment is now. We have the ARPA money. We could take advantage of federal infrastructure money, and we need to do this. This is a critical town service. This is one of the things, most essential things that the town does, and we're telling you that that tank has outlived itself. So this is really not optional. As I said before, if you don't vote for it now, you're going to see me at the next town meeting, and you're going to get really tired of seeing me, because we have to do this. I don't know how more urgently I can say it. We escaped disaster 6 years ago in 2016. We were lucky. We might not be so lucky the next time.
Thank you, Ms. Benn. Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Yes, we have somebody in the gymnasium who'd like to speak.
Proceed.
So I do apologize for what I'm about to say, but I think
Could you identify yourself, please?
My name is Carson Jonas. You've already heard me at the previous article that I spoke on. I propose that we cut off the debate on this article.
Are you moving the question, sir? Yes, you are.
Yes.
That's not debatable. We'll have a vote as whether we're going to cut off debate. A vote to cut off debate requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of cutting off debate on this motion, please press 1 for yes on your voting device when the light goes on. All of those of you who are not in favor of cutting off debate, please press 2. voting period has ended. The vote in favor of cutting off debate passes by a vote of 483 to 35, with one abstention. So we will proceed to a vote on Ms. Bent's motion under Article 27. It requires a 2/3 vote to pass. All in favor of Ms. Bent's motion, please press 1. All opposed, please press 2. When the green light goes on, the green light is on. I'm sorry, you have a problem with your device? The help desk. The help desk is right behind you. We're going to leave the voting window open for a little bit longer. If you'd like to change your mind, we've got plenty of time to do that. I'm not sure. Are you all set? Thank you. So we'll keep the voting window open for another 10 seconds, and then we'll close it. Remember, this requires a 2/3 vote to pass. We're done voting. So there are 326 votes in favor, 194 votes against, 2 abstentions. The vote in favor of the quantity is 62%, which is not 2/3, so the motion fails. We'll now proceed to Article 28.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Bent?
I make a motion for reconsideration.
Is there a second? Second. A motion for reconsideration is not debatable. It requires a majority vote. No, I apologize. It requires a majority vote to come back and reconsider. We will vote on Ms. Bent's motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider would be to reopen the article for further consideration. And I misspoke, it requires a 2/3 vote to reconsider under our bylaw. So, all those in favor of reconsidering the motion that we just took, please vote 1 for yes. All those not in favor of reconsideration, please press 2 for no. In order to pass, reconsideration will require a 2/3 vote. The green light's on. right, we're done voting. The motion to consider achieved 236 votes in favor, 252 votes opposed. The motion to reconsider fails. And now we will move on to Article 28. Is there a motion under Article 28?
Lori Bent, 326 Conner Road.
Ms. Bent.
I move that the town approve Article 28 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second?
So, I still think we should proceed with this. As I said, the existing bylaws would limit water tank heights to 37 feet, which would be completely inadequate no matter where they're built in Weston. So that it would be pointless to build a water tank under existing zoning bylaw. I hope that I have persuaded you that this is a project that we have to do. One of the things that is required to complete this project is going to be using Article 97 conservation land. That's just going to be a necessity if we're going to have functioning water tanks in this town, which I presume most of you would like to see. So we're going to need this bylaw change. Part of successfully managing to pursue Article 97, conversion of land from conservation use to municipal use, requires showing that you have exhausted all your alternatives. We will not be able to show that. If the town cannot say that we will amend our bylaws to allow us to design functioning water tanks, then we will fail on the Article 97 process, which is, I think I indicated, is a multi-year process with a lot of moving parts. So, although the town has defeated the proposal that was made, we still are going to need to do this bylaw change, and if we do it now, it will enable us to at least proceed with figuring out the siting of the tanks and the Article 97 process. So I urge you to please support this Article 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Does anyone wish to be heard on Ms. Bent's motion under Article 28? Yes, sir.
Jim Polando, 242 Marion Street, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Polando?
I wasn't planning on speaking, but I think I'd like to speak to this article. I don't think that we as a body should remove all the guidelines and all the ramifications we put in place to manage different things in town. Bylaws are there for a reason. We have specific responsibilities to comply with them. We also use them as restrictions, but in cases like the water tank or something else that's critical, asking for a variance for that specific one project, 3 tanks in particular, I think is a realistic way to move rather than just change a bylaw. Let the engineering prove that we need whatever height is actually needed, and then go before the planning board, who is the authority to oversee these guidelines, and ask for a variance. And if you have to go to ZBA, so be it. But it's a good reason. It's a hardship if you don't do it. So that's a good reason to be able to be granted a variance in accordance with state law. So I say, vote this down, don't change the bylaw, do it on a case-by-case basis as required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polando. Mr. Adelon?
I'm just going to echo some of Jim Polando's remarks, except that I'll bring to the table my experience on the planning board. I was on the planning board for 22 years, 19 of them as the chairman of the board. I'm not sure why this amendment is necessary, and I'm not sure how it ties into the Chapter 97 negotiations on municipal versus conservation land. But I agree with Jim Polando that I can't see a reason for the town to exempt itself from standards that every other individual, company, and institution must follow. If an exception is needed, there's already a tried and true process for relief in the zoning bylaw. Like everyone else in town, the town can simply apply to the zoning board of appeals for either a special permit or a variance, depending on the circumstances. It's impossible to imagine that the zoning board of appeals would turn down the town for water tanks that the town needs. So I don't think this amendment is needed unless I'm missing something on the Chapter 97 negotiations. I think it's harmful to transparency and it should be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adlai. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes.
Good evening, Adrian Giske, 251 Dawson Post Road.
Ms. Giske.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There's a fatal flaw in what you see as written, beyond what my husband said and beyond what Jim said. There is no consideration for setbacks, side yard setbacks or front yard setbacks that should be modified to handle a tank of this size. It's like a 5-story building. Do you want that on your street facade? Let's start thinking about things. Thank you.
Ms. Bell?
Just wanted to respond to Mr. Alot on the question of zoning variances and why not handle it that way. Then we're doing it piecemeal, whereas if we can do the Article 97 process once, as I said, it's extremely time consuming. Now we have to do it 3 times, 1 for each tank. The other thing is that a zoning variance can be appealed. So an abutter could appeal the zoning process, and that can tie this up for years. So if you choose not to allow this bylaw change, you're slowing down the process of replacing a decaying tank by a matter of years, if not more. So I do strongly believe that changing the zoning bylaw is the best way to proceed. And as I said before, we will have a group of people working collaboratively to design this. This is something that we should do. Think about all 3 tanks at the same time, and think about making those swaps of land as a unified thing instead of one little parcel and another little parcel. So it's just much more efficient process if we can handle this at one time. In order to succeed, as I said, in the Article 97 process, you have to show that you've exhausted all your alternatives. I think if the town is not willing to allow tanks to be built at the relevant height, then it's going to be a lot harder for us to meet that Article 97 process. So I really do believe that there's a collaborative process here, all parties can be heard, but we should handle this as a single project in terms of the tanks working together as a system and finding the Article 97 land that we can swap all 3 parcels and get something that will be equal in value from existing municipal land, swapping it into conservation. So we need to think about this as a unified project and not approach this piecemeal. There's been a lot of criticism about piecemeal approaches. We need to think about this as one project that we handle in one way. So please do support the zoning bylaw change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penn. Mr. Selvin first. Oh, you, sir.
Bush at 287 Glen Road.
There's been a motion to call the question. As we all know, is there a second? As we all know, it takes a 2/3 vote. When the green light goes on, press once to terminate debate. Press 1 to terminate debate. Press 2 to continue debate. When the green light comes on. The motion to end debate passes by a vote of 427 to 59 with 1 abstention. So we will proceed to a vote on Ms. Bent's motion under Article 28. This requires a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor of her motion, please press 1 when the light goes on. If you're opposed, please press 2. You may vote.
Rick, could you please repeat those instructions? Some people couldn't hear you.
Yes, if you are in favor of Ms. Bent's motion under Article 28, press 1. If you are opposed, press 2. Voting is concluded. The motion fails. There are 205 votes in favor, 282 votes opposed, and 3 abstentions. So we'll move on to Article 29, which is to appropriate for public tree maintenance plan. Mr. Bozzard, is there a motion?
Harvey Bozzard, Board, Select Board.
Mr. Bozzard.
Mr. Moderator. For trees, I move that the town raise and appropriate $30,000 for the cost to create a public tree maintenance plan in Weston and approve Article 29 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Mr. Bozzard.
I'll be brief. So several years ago, the town conducted an inventory of trees in the town right-of-way. So the town right-of-way is the 6 to 10 feet that abut the roads. There were over 15,000 trees inventoried, with 66% of them determined to be in fair or worse condition. These funds will be used to conduct a tree maintenance plan to manage these trees and improve the canopy by removing hazardous trees, improve conditions of existing trees, and plant new trees when some are removed. The benefits will be fewer power outages and less money spent on tree removals. The town received a 50% grant for the cost of this, so it'll end up costing the town around $18,000 total. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bozzard. Does anyone else wish to be heard in support of Mr. Bozzard's motion? I see no one in the auditorium. Ms. Chase, anybody in the gymnasium? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want him to clarify the amount that he's requesting.
The amount he specified was $30,000?
Because in the warrant it says 60,000. In the published warrant it says 60,000. So did he?
I believe the explanation is that only $30,000 is needed because there's a $30,000 grant that covers the balance. So the motion is actually seeking less money than was in the printed warrant. And that's why Mr. Bozzard's motion is different. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So we'll proceed to a vote on Mr. Bozzard's motion. It requires a majority vote. Oh, Yes, ma'am.
I'm Jamie Peebles, 127th Street.
Ms.
I
Peebles.
live in one of the oldest farms in Weston. My house was about 325 years old. My concern about this vote is that I'm a good example of an area where my property was originally hedged with lilac trees for about 200 years. And over that time, other trees have grown up that have actually damaged my lilac trees. And so my concern is that whatever decisions are made about how trees are grown in public ways includes the input of the abutters to those ways, because sometimes what the town may think is a good idea for a tree may not be so great for the history of the plot. That's all I really have to say about it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bozzer?
There's actually a public hearing on all trees that are removed in the town right away, so you would have input on any changes. Well, there's a public hearing and the tree warden makes that decision, who's the director of the DPW.
Is there any further discussion under Mr. Bozard's motion? None in the auditorium. In the gymnasium? Then we'll take a vote. All in favor of Mr. Bozard's motion under Article 29. When the voting light comes on, press 1. All opposed, press 2. And the voting light is on. We're done voting, and Mr. Bozard's motion passes by a vote of 387 to 84 with that same pesky abstention. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're at an interesting point in the meeting. We're on the cusp of Article 30, which is an article about which I'm sure everyone here is interested, or you wouldn't still be here. There is, I'm aware of at least 40 minutes worth of organized debate that people intend to present. I am more than happy to stay. I know that many of you are happy to stay. I'm going to just allow things to proceed unless someone decides that they want to seek to have the meeting adjourned. If we were to adjourn, we would adjourn to Wednesday evening at 7 o'clock in the same place. But
Can we,
I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm for leaving early, but it seems to me that we owe the issue and we owe each other the opportunity to hear what each other has to say. I know that we've all heard a lot, and we've had a fair amount of discussion in other venues, on social media, for example. Not always the best place. So I propose to continue and call for a motion under Article 30, if there is one.
do, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town approve the revised tree bylaw as set forth in a handout entitled Proposed Sustainable Tree Initiative Bylaw dated April 29, 2022.
Is there a second? Ms. Penn?
So the bylaw has changed in response to a robust public hearing process with a lot of feedback, and a lot of the suggestions have been incorporated into the revised bylaw. So this slide shows you a summary of the changes to the original draft. The scope has been reduced. It applies only to zoning setback area. Condemned buildings and casualty loss is excluded. Solar array now has a much broader definition, and there is no requirement for any upfront surety. If there's no existing driveway on a lot, there's an exception for a driveway. Dead and hazard trees are excluded. As part of the scope change, when the interior of the lot was removed from the scope, the exemption for stormwater and septic was also removed. The administration has been simplified. Non-conforming lots will be handled by the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's got a later effective date, July 1. There's no need to show trees further than 50 feet from the limit of work. It doesn't apply if no setback trees are removed during construction. In terms of application, that's been simplified as well. Interior trees can be swapped for setback trees. And tree protection is by an orange safety netting rather than chain link, so that's been simplified as well. So I'm going to introduce a fellow member of the working group on the tree bylaw, Lori Hess, who will explain the article.
Point of order.
Yeah, about the Haber rule, I don't remember it at the beginning of the meeting.
Point of order. The question is raised whether we adopted at the beginning of the meeting the financial disclosure requirements that were included in the procedures that we did adopt at the beginning of the meeting. And as a reminder,
Thank you, Ms. Moderator.
those procedures require that any speaker who has a reasonably foreseeable financial interest in an article declare that interest prior to speaking on the substance of the article. This would include virtually anybody who's a property owner in Weston who has some financial interest here. But if you're a property owner in Weston who has a distinctive or different financial interest, if you're a real estate professional, for example, it might be helpful to your other fellow residents to let them know that. So I ask people to be liberal in disclosing any distinctive interest that they may have. And further, let me remind everybody here that our role this evening is to try to act as the town's legislature, listen to each other, and make a thoughtful decision. I'm disinclined to entertain a motion to call the question before the organized presentation has been made by the proponents and before at least the organized opposition has had a chance to speak. So if with that, I would like to ask if Ms. Hess would like to come forward as Ms. Penn requested.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lori Hess, 217 Westerly Road. And before I begin, I want to state for the record that I am a volunteer, and neither myself nor any family member has a business interest that will be impacted by the outcome of this bylaw. So thank you. And thank you, Leon, and DJ, I'll say next to advance. Hello, and thank you all for being here tonight. This evening, I'm speaking on behalf of the Sustainable Tree Bylaw Working Group, which is a collaboration between the Select Board, Planning Board, and Tree Advisory Group. I'll dive into the mechanics of the bylaw shortly, but first, let's understand why the Sustainable Tree Bylaw has been a Select Board priority since 2020. Trees are a tremendous asset to Weston. Their leafy canopy defines our neighborhoods and makes Weston feel like Weston. But they also provide many benefits that keep our community and environment healthy. Trees improve air quality, provide wildlife habitat, increase privacy buffers, as well as manage erosion and stormwater runoff. Perhaps most importantly, in this time of climate crisis, mature trees fight climate change and enhance our resilience in it. Thanks. Outlined in the Weston Ahead Climate Action and Resiliency Plan, Weston has recognized the wealth of benefits that trees provide. Accordingly, as a town, we have made a commitment to improve Weston's weak tree canopy protection. This bylaw is the first step in meeting that commitment. You may be surprised to learn that the vast majority of Weston's trees, 66%, do not have any type of protection at all. Unfortunately, neighborhoods are seeing the effects of that lack of protection. With the rise of the tear down and build cycle, many neighborhoods are suffering from significant tree canopy loss due to large construction projects. Projects like this one, which decimated this leafy street and left it unrecognizable to its residents. Next. Projects like these, where mass tree removal has become the norm. Next. These are not isolated incidents, and some neighborhoods have seen serial teardowns, one after another after another. Because of these large, unmitigated construction projects, neighbors are experiencing the loss of benefits that trees provide. Benefits that will take decades to recover if any canopy trees have been replanted at all. Most of us here tonight will never see the functional benefits from the small tree like this one, which was recently planted at a mass removal site. The time span is just too great. Next. The large-scale removal of trees, dozens at a time, have a hidden cost to neighbors and to taxpayers as well. The mass removal of trees causes abutters to spend real money solving problems that simply did not exist before the next door trees were clear-cut. Costs like fencing and planting of new buffers to restore privacy, expenses to buy sump pumps and dehumidifiers for a previously dry basement. And to add insult to injury, the neighbors had no voice in the discussion to remove these trees. Mass removal of trees also increases DPW demands and expenses due to flooded roads, clogged drains, and undermined pavement. These are some of the actual unintended consequences of unmitigated tree removal due to development. And the semi-rural character of Weston is being eroded as well. Woodland is being replaced with a strip mall mix of grass, hardscape, and very few canopy trees. This mix is uninhabitable by wildlife and inefficient for stormwater management. This does not feel like Weston. Next. Many other communities around us have also faced similar challenges with mass tree removal due to large construction projects. These towns and communities all across U.S. have successfully responded with tree bylaws of their own. Lexington has had their tree bylaw for more than 20 years. Weston is not blazing a new trail here. The Sustainable Tree Bylaw intends to address resident concerns about clear cutting, strengthen our resiliency to climate change, and to preserve the semi-rural woodland character that our community cherishes. Next. One of the noteworthy aspects of this bylaw is that while these benefits apply to all of us, this bylaw does not. This is because the bylaw is focused on the high-impact, large-scale tree canopy removals like the ones you saw in previous slides. Since the majority of removed trees are from large construction projects, this bylaw focuses on mitigating removals during large construction projects. This is the same successful approach that many other neighboring communities have taken, such as Concord, Wellesley, Lexington, Newton, Linfield, and more. And we have learned from their experiences. So, what is the bylaw and how does it work? First and foremost, you need to know that this only applies to you if you are demolishing a house, constructing a new home, or doubling the footprint of an existing home. This bylaw does not apply to you in any other circumstance. If you are building a new home or doubling the footprint of an existing one, tree removal is still not prohibited. You can choose to develop your lot as you see fit. This bylaw only says that if you choose to take down trees in a limited area, you must mitigate for those that you have chosen to remove. Next. So what is mitigation? Essentially, mitigation means planting new trees. The concept is simple. Since functional and beneficial tree canopy is being removed, it needs to be put back. That's it. So if you have chosen to remove trees in a limited mitigation area, you need to put the same number back in diameter inches. If you are unwilling or unable to plant the trees on your property, you can contribute to the tree bank so that the town can plant those mitigating trees elsewhere in Weston. Or you can do a combination of options. Next. So what areas require mitigation? Well, the interior of the lot, also called the buildable area of the lot, is mitigation free. That's right, the entire area, interior of the lot, is mitigation free. You can remove any trees here that you need to for home construction, for septic, infiltration, a pool, patio, etc., without mitigation. Next. Mitigation for removed trees is only for those high impact areas that directly affect the community and neighbors. This is the area around the perimeter of your property, also known as the setback. And here is an important exemption. If you do not remove trees in the setback, then you are exempt from this bylaw. You can bypass the whole thing. Next. There's also a list of other sensible exclusions in the bylaw, such as exclusions for solar installations, dead and high-risk trees, public safety situations, and more. And some other good news. Mitigation is a purely administrative process. No hearings are required. Next. As I mentioned earlier, as good as it is for the town and as consistent as it is with Weston's goals, this bylaw simply doesn't apply to most homeowners. It applies only to a small number of large construction projects that have the ability to change the character, the health, and climate of our neighborhoods. The mitigation for the tree loss is only in the setback, where it has the highest benefits to the neighbors and to the community. Planting new trees after you've removed a bunch is just common sense. It's a sustainable system, good for everyone, today and in the future. Next. I hope you'll join me, the Select Board, Tree Advisory Group, and the Sustainability Committee in supporting the Sustainable Tree Bylaw. Weston's neighborhoods will see and feel the difference protecting our neighborhood trees will make. Thank you.
Does the Sustainability Committee wish to be heard?
Mr. Moderator, this is Katarina Wilkins, the Chair of the Sustainability Committee of the Town of Weston.
Dr. Wilkins?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Katarina Wilkins. I live at 63 Brook Road in a house that is not mine, but my husband's, in case you want to know. I wish to speak to you on behalf of the town's Sustainability Committee. And you've already heard mentioned a couple of times this evening, and I hope you've heard it before. The biggest project that we have worked on in the last couple of, really, years is Weston Ahead, our town's climate action and resilience plan. This entire plan has been publicly available for almost a year now at westonahead.org. You can find it on the town's website via the Sustainability Committee's site too. And our committee, which is composed of people appointed by the Select Board with representatives from other boards, planning, permanent building, and school committees, has pursued the development of this plan with professional help, funded by a grant. And the community engagement and input were really critical during the 18-month-long engagement process. That's what it takes to create a meaningful outcome. So COVID-19 obviously hit us midstream of those 18 months, and this shifted the engagement to look a little bit different to what we are normally used to. But many of you have been able to find us, and we're proud of the creative solutions that we have found to engage with many of Weston's residents and community groups. To summarize very briefly, 3 online surveys have generated almost 500 individual responses, plus many interviews, dozens of discussions with stakeholders and focus groups have all helped shape the plan's goals, actions, and implementation steps. Community education through fact sheets, trainings, social media posts, and a climate action toolkit was and remains a core component of the planning process and the plan's implementation phase where we find us these days. The Weston Ahead plan has an overarching goal of building a culture and capacity for climate action and resilience throughout Weston. The committee, together with several other committees and residents group, has united around goals related to environmental, climate, and emergency management kind of interests, some of what Lori has already mentioned here. And there were 5 key areas identified in the planning process of Weston Ahead. Several of them tie very closely into tonight's discussion. I'll name them really briefly. Healthy natural ecosystems. Number 2, connected mobility. Number 3, smart and efficient buildings. Number 4, resilient infrastructure and services. Number 5, sustainable resource consumption. So you can already tell that the sustainable tree bylaw aligns with several of those interests. A key goal that was identified under healthy natural ecosystems was preserving and enhancing the health of Weston's waterways, plains, wildlife, and open spaces. And this prioritization then specifically suggested an action item to successfully manage Weston's public and private trees through a tree management plan, thank you for your vote, and a tree bylaw based on public outreach and education. Better managing our trees takes the form of preserving existing root systems, for example, in the perimeters of those building lots that Lori just spoke about. Those roots play an important role in climate resilience because they manage our stormwater. It relates to a second key goal of Weston Ahead then, resilient infrastructure and services, which under the plan is detailed as enhancing Weston's infrastructure, utilities, and critical services to be resilient to the impacts of climate change. The Sustainability Committee has had several opportunities, as you all really did, to engage with the working group tasked with drafting this bylaw. All of this happened in public meetings, and we have been very satisfied to hear of several of the specific details evolving over time as our suggestions, as many of your suggestions were received and processed and filtered into what you were just presented. Our favorite examples include the solar exemptions, which is a link to smart and efficient buildings, if you will, as well as sustainable resource consumption, because we're helping here to encourage a new building project to focus on renewable power generation. Another example of the working group's attention to relevant detail was their very specific consideration around invasive tree species, which we all can agree that they're still worth protecting, but maybe to a lesser degree than those species that are more valuable to the overall healthy and natural ecosystem. In short, the final version of this bylaw, as it has emerged after much consideration and discussion and public engagement, is very clearly consistent with the Weston Ahead Climate Action and Resilience Plan, and the Weston Sustainability Committee unanimously voted to support this bylaw, and we hope you will join us with your votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins. At this time, I would like to call on organized opposition. I think.
Point of order, can we run the 5-minute clock, please?
I'm sorry, I'm going to run a 10-minute clock now for Mr. Alanya, but I believe he's going to take less time than that. And
Mario Alanya, Sherman Circle.
Mr. Alanya.
I want to make this much quicker. Okay, so I do not support this bylaw language, and I will vote no. And I hope it gets defeated. I have big concerns about this bylaw. It's very flawed. I'm an architect, an engineer, and developer. I've designed and built over 55 homes in Weston. I'm a member of the Stormwater Permitting Authority in Weston since 2012. All this background gives me a very good understanding of this draft bylaw and why it is flawed. We can definitely all support the intent and the purpose of the law to save trees, but my concern is that we will not save trees and also, in the process, really tip the balance between government intervention and personal property rights and freedoms. This bylaw is very narrowly inclusive, yet very extreme to those it targets. And the concern is that flaw will lead to circumvention of the law, which is actually already happening. I'm gonna take a clicker. I'll get to a slide later that shows some trees being prematurely cut. There's 3 points or concerns that I have to illustrate why this bylaw will result in net tree loss. The draft bylaw does not allow space required to rebuild a home, install septic, and mitigate stormwater. It's like they're trying to fit 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag. It doesn't work. There's not enough space in the interior. This first slide is a Zone B neighborhood. The highlighted lot is the lot that I'm talking about, because the shapes of all the other lots are similar in size and shape. As you can see, this bylaw allows for tree clearing in the middle third of the lot. And that's not enough to build a house, install a septic system, and install stormwater controls. Furthermore, this bylaw defines protected areas that are within that interior third. You can see the trees that are in the protected area have root zones that go into the interior. These root zones encroach on the area that you can build on and improve. The dark pink area is the area that you have to build a house and install a septic system and install a stormwater system. So they define that root zone as critical root zone, CRZ. And that is a, trying to make this short really kind of messed me up, but okay, so here's a house. It's only a 900 square foot house, which sounds like a big house, but if you take the garage out, it's only a 3,300 square foot house. The gray area is what they're giving to install a septic system and stormwater. The dark gray. The light gray is what everyone else is allowed and what was allowed under a previous draft of this bylaw by the same group, which they took away. There is a septic system, there's a stormwater system, and you can see that you can't fit 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag. The orange line is a working area of what you need to actually build this project. And the pink line is what they're giving you, and that doesn't include the root zones. Remember, that's actually what they're giving you. To build that. So there's not enough space. Now you're really trying to fit 10 pounds into a 1-pound bag if you consider the CRZ. The previous articles, Al Adelot made a point, why would the town exempt itself from a bylaw when it comes to the height restriction? Well, I say, why not? Why is the town exempting itself from this bylaw? Same reasoning. I would say that they shouldn't, but they are. This is machinery that you need to build, to dig a foundation, to install a septic system. Septic systems are bigger than houses. We have septic systems in Weston. Other towns don't have these. This is what's happening now. These pictures were taken in April. Premature cutting happening to avoid this bylaw. This is what we're trying to copy. We're trying to copy Wellesley's bylaw, which actually doesn't work. As you can see, there's not a lot of saved trees here. This is what Wellesley looks like. This is how their bylaw is working. I don't know why Weston, a leader in conservation, with the tree canopy that we have, would want to copy or model a bylaw after Wellesley. So I think I just want to close in saying that the bylaw as it's written is very flawed. It is not going to save trees. It is going to cost the town trees, net tree loss. And I would urge you, I'm going to vote no, and I would urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aranda. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, sir.
Jeff Gallery, 22 Dixon Lane. I move to vote.
The question's been moved. It requires a 2/3 vote to end debate. If you're in favor of ending debate, when the voting light comes on, press 1. If you're not in favor of ending debate and you want to continue to discuss this, press 2. The voting light is on. 1 is to end debate. Voting light is off. The motion to end debate passes by a vote of 335 to 115, 74%. So we will now proceed to a vote on Ms. Bent's motion under Yes, on Ms. Bent's motion under Article 30 to amend the zoning bylaw. Again, this vote will require a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of the proposal to amend the zoning bylaw, press 1. If you are opposed, press 2. The voting light is on. Ms. Bent's motion under Article 30 fails. It had 144 votes in favor, 314 votes against. Excuse me, before everyone leaves, we have 3 articles left. If you can stay, please stay. We will now proceed to Article 31, to appropriate for affordable housing, affordable home ownership opportunity funds. Is there a motion under Article 31? Mr. Bozzer.
I move that the town transfer $1 million from the unallocated allocation of the Community Preservation Fund and approve Article 31 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Mr. Barzer? Ms. Radigan?
Sarah Radigan, 6 Cradle Road, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Radigan?
Thank you for those of you who are still here. I appreciate it. My name's Sarah Radigan. I'm with the Weston Affordable Housing Trust. This is a town committee, a little different than most because we have the ability to do things that a landowner or developer may be able to do. We were created by town meeting vote a number of years ago. And this is Article 31, a request for some additional funds for a homeownership opportunity fund. Thank you. Are you running the slides? I'm going to go quickly, I promise. Housing Trust does a lot of things related to affordable housing for the town of Weston. Affordable in the sense of the defined term of housing that is deed restricted and available for people who are earning a certain income level, typically 80% of what we call the area median income. We do a bunch of other things, but because of the time of day, I'm going to shift ahead to the next slides. Am I going the wrong way? Turned off. It's because it's a wind. Which way do I go? Thank you. Okay. We all know about Weston's affluence, which is great. What you see in terms of median home prices, this is 2020 numbers, 1.8 million. I'm sure the people in the audience will know what that number is today. I'm sure it's quite a bit higher. There are just about a quarter of our population that earn the 80% of area median income number that I'm hearing. I'm sorry, is it a point of order? Can you understand me? Excuse me? Thank you. That does sound about right. So the number that I gave you on this is from the 2020 census-related numbers. In the town of Weston today, it is almost impossible to find a home that's around 500,000. 500,000 would be approximately what would be considered affordable to an owner who's making 80% of the area median income. One of the housing production plan strategies, the housing production plan is Weston's housing policy that we went through a process of updating recently. One of the strategies for our town to support affordable housing and diverse housing options is to use our CPA dollars as leverage to be able to encourage development that would not ordinarily happen in the open market. And the proposal today, again, is to fund the Housing Trust to do just that. So the Housing Trust will partner with private organizations. The private organization would do a development that is essentially supported by and guided by the Housing Trust. The Homeownership Opportunity Program funds that we have now in place have helped the Housing Trust kickstart a project that's ongoing at the corner of Wellesley Street and Route 20. Across the street from the Episcopal Church. This is a project that's in the permitting stage. The developer is Habitat for Humanity of Greater Boston. The developer we found through an RFP process, a request for proposal process. The land actually is town-owned land, and we're going to be assisting with CPA dollars. $450,000 will support 6 new affordable units. In 3 homes. This is the rendering. All will be sold to owners who are earning 80% of the area median income or less. I'm not going to read the text slide, but the purpose I've described. In terms of our process, the Housing Trust will be looking at possible sites around town. These would be opportunities that come up on the private market. They come up off-cycle. We don't have time to wait for town meeting to be able to act, which is the reason for funding the trust now. We'll do some preliminary feasibility to see what might be possible for the site. If it is feasible, the Housing Trust can begin the process of purchasing the property. if the purchase price is under the dollar amount that we have in the account, conceivably the trust could actually complete a purchase before partnering with a developer. All the funds that are used will be used to support affordable housing that is deed restricted for affordable owners. This is just a quick kind of budget looking at our $1 million request being added to funds that we do have in our account of about $350,000. Some low dollar amounts being paid for preliminary feasibility, and then conceivably an acquisition of a property around, just around $1 million or a little bit more than $1 million. The Housing Trust has a history and will continue to be a group that will be consulting lots of other committees in town whenever they're looking at different opportunities. And we also have the ability to really require our partners, our private partners, to do the same. So, for example, with the Habitat for Humanity in Greater Boston, this group has it in their bones to do this work, but with the Housing Trust sort of assisting and guiding them in who they should be speaking to in town, we think it's led to a really great process where we're hopeful that there's quite a lot of community support for the type of project this is. Just a last slide, the Housing Trust also was responsible for redevelopment of town-owned land. This project is actually a rental, and the Housing Trust owns this and it rents to affordable owners. A little different, but just wanted to lead off of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radigan. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Ms. Raitano for the Finance Committee.
Lisa Raitano, 409 Conan for the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee unanimously opposes this article as it's not an efficient way to deal with our need for affordable housing. A number of years ago, nobody thought 40Bs would happen here because we have septic and it's costly to developers, but still, you know, it's a good public policy to provide some affordable housing in town, so some small developments happened. But times have changed. We are getting 40Bs. I don't know which ones or how many, but we need 275 units, and maybe more from what I'm hearing. Does it make sense to spend over $1 million to get maybe a couple of units? It doesn't move the needle at all on what we need. We might end up spending $1 million and helping only a couple of families, and maybe those families could move into 40B housing at no cost to the town. So we do recognize that CPA funds have to fund some housing needs, but we're just not convinced that this is the way to go. There's been discussion of adding 14 units at Brook School. That would get us 14 units. If that comes to pass, CPA funds could be used for that. Article 32, the next one you're going to hear about, which we support, would spend funds on the Merriam Street development. Maybe, I'm not sure what's going on down at Riverside, Liberty Mutual, but there could be needs down there where they're trying to do something. But we need to make trade-offs. $1 million is a lot to spend to only help a couple of families. It really doesn't make sense. We could be using that money for other things, and it takes money from other things that we could do. So the Finance Committee unanimously opposes this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raitano.
Harvey Bowser, Select Board.
Mr. Bowser.
Just a couple things. So it's not $1 million for 2 units. We just did a project. I'm on the Affordable Housing Trust. It was $450,000 for 6 units. A few years ago at town meeting, we appropriated $1 million to be used in the same instance. $650 of it's been spent. So the town is, the board has been a very good steward of the money. They don't view it as a slush fund. They don't view it as a way to get around town meeting. They view it as a way to purchase properties outside of town meeting when it's not possible to bring it to town meeting. The money is there in the CPA funds. To borrow, what the FinCom said earlier, we should use CPA funds for projects, and this is one of those needs, is affordable housing. We know it's not going to move the needle. You can't get the safe. We're not in safe harbor now from 40B. We're not going to get the safe harbor in 40B doing 1s and 2s, or even 5s and 10s. But this is good policy. This is a path for home ownership for affordable housing. You can do rentals all you want to get the safe harbor, but again, a lot of the projects that the Affordable Housing Trust works on are for home ownership. It's a much different situation for those people than to come to town and rent versus being able to own. So again, this is a policy decision. This isn't a plan to get the safe harbor because we're not going to do it this way. But the select board does support this because we do think that we have an affordable housing need in town, and this is one way to get to fulfill that policy.
Thank you, Mr. Bozard. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this motion? Is there anybody left in the gymnasium?
Waiting to speak at the microphone.
All right, then I think that we're ready to vote on Ms. Redigan's motion under our... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Neil Levin, 43 Church Street.
Mr. Levin.
I think the problem here is the alternative to doing houses in 1s and 2s and 3s and 5s and 10s is the kind of project that people are anxious to avoid in 100s and 200s and 300s. That's the other way that we're going to reach the kind of goal of having the 40B problem resolved. But if our real goal...
Could you speak up a little louder, please? We can't
Sure.
hear you.
If our real goal is to try and bring a broader variety of people, both in terms of income, age, and size, and not put them all in one spot, then this is what this program is designed to accomplish. And I think it's the sort of thing that the town of Weston meant to support when it created the Housing Trust in the first place. In order to do that, it needs a fund that it can use to initiate small projects. And that's what the $1 million is for. It's mainly to replenish what's already been spent to create some of these units in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, this time again, I see no one coming forward. So we will vote on Ms. Radigan's motion under Article 31. All those in favor of her motion, press 1 when the light comes on. All those opposed, press 2. The light is on. This requires a majority vote. The vote is closed, and Ms. Radigan's motion passes by a vote of 128 to 72, with no abstentions. And with that, we will proceed to Article 32, to appropriate for community housing, the Marion Village Building Preservation and Envelope Replacement Project. Is there a motion under Article 32? Mr. Foot.
Todd Foote, 324 Marion Street, Mr. Monitor.
Mr. Foote.
Continuing on the theme of affordable housing, I move that the town transfer $195,000 from the community housing allocation to the community preservation fund and approve Article 32 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Mr. Foote.
So, my name is Todd Foote, and I'm the president of the board of Weston Community Housing, Inc., which is a single-purpose nonprofit that operates Marion Village, the entrance to which you can see behind me. You can. There it is. Now you can see the entrance. Isn't it beautiful? I plan to take up no more than 5 minutes of your time. I'm first going to tell you why Marion Village is an important town asset that is worthy of this CPA grant. And second, I'm going to explain what we're going to do with the money. So, Marion Village is with 62 units, is Weston's single largest provider of low-cost housing for seniors of low and modest means. We've been operating for 45 years, and before tonight, other than our original land grant, Marion Village has never sought nor received any funding from any governmental entity. Marion Village was established in the mid-1970s after a town committee decided that a facility was urgently needed in Weston. The town was unable to fund it publicly, so a group of citizens formed a nonprofit which committed to building the village if the town provided the land. So a deal was struck, framed by an act of the Massachusetts legislature, town meeting at the time, and with a binding agreement between the town and the nonprofit. So that agreement has a number of terms that indicate the extent to which the village is bound to the town. For instance, it specifies the use of the land, the demographics of the tenants, the components of the rent calculation. It also requires that the village provide annual financial reports to the town and make a payment in lieu of taxes. And importantly, it specifies that if the nonprofit breaches the agreement by a vote of the select board, the property and presumably the whole enterprise goes back to the town. So Marion Village is not just some private apartment complex that happened to land in Weston. It was created at the behest of the town. It's operated as specified by the town, and is responsible to the town to carry out its mission as defined by the town. Thus, the village is an important and integrated town asset that is worthy of town support. So what are we going to use the money for? Well, here you have a picture of one of our original 5 buildings. These are the buildings that were built in 1977. You can see that there's a central structure that has, that's 2 stories tall. It contains 4 apartments. And there are 2 single-story structures on either side. These single-unit apartments we call cottages. These buildings were built to a budget in 1977, and their exterior-facing surfaces reached the end of their useful life several years ago, and they needed replacement. Since 2014, in order to preserve the structural integrity of the housing, Marion Village has spent about $700,000 on this envelope replacement project. So far, we have replaced the roofs, we have replaced all the windows, we've replaced all the entrances, and the siding on that central 2-story structure. What is remaining is to replace the siding, as well as some of the abutting fascia and trim on those cottages I talked about. So that entails stripping off the old siding and the deteriorating fascia and trim, removing the extant wrap, if there is any, we really don't know, rewrapping the buildings with a modern vapor barrier to ensure water tightness, and install new sidings and that fascia and trim. This needs to be done to a total of 10 cottages, essentially 2 attached to each one of the 5 original buildings. And that's at a total cost of $195,000. So you can see from these pictures that the work really needs to be done. The replacement siding will be a cement board product that looks in color and pattern nearly identical to the current siding. The trim and fascia will be replaced with composite products. So these new materials are expected to have longer lifespans with much lower maintenance costs than the original materials. We have the support of all the town committees we have come before, including the Housing Trust Committee, Finance Committee, and the Community Preservation Committee. So I hope you will support us as well by voting yes on Article 32.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Foote's motion? I don't see any hands, so we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Foote's motion under Article 32, when the voting light comes on, please press 1 to signify yes. If you're opposed, please press 2 to signify no. The voting light is on. Voting is concluded. Mr. Foote's motion passes by a vote of 158 to 10 with 1 abstention. And we will move now to Article 33, to appropriate for historical preservation. Is there a motion under Article 33?
Steve Wagner, 201 Conner Road, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Wagner.
I'm one of the co-chairs of the Historical Commission. I move that the town transfer $306,000 from the unallocated allocation of the Community Preservation Fund and approve Article 33 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? I hear a second.
Al Adelot is going to do the presentation for this.
We are trying to, we meaning the Historical Commission, is trying to save this house. For anyone who doesn't know where this is, maybe one of the 3 people in town that don't know this house, this is one of the prominent houses in the Post Road National and State Register Historical District. It's at the corner, oh thank you, it's at the corner of the Post Road and Warren Avenue. It's a landmark. About a year ago, the owner came to the Historical Commission and applied for a complete demolition permit of everything, the house and the carriage house, the whole thing. The commission imposed a demolition delay on the house, and in the interim, we've tried to work with him to see if there's a way to save it. The demolition delay is over at the end of this month. Again, this is the property from the air. You can see where it is at the corner of the Post Road and Warren Avenue. Here it is in the GIS form. It's a small lot, it has a long history. It was built in the late 1900s, 1890s. By Andrew Jones, the grandson of Isaac Jones, the man who was the original proprietor of the Golden Ball Tavern. So it has a long history. It's a great house on the exterior. There are a lot of features, especially on the side facing the Post Road, that we'd like to preserve. There are opportunities to add to it without impacting the major historical features of the house on the exterior. There are a few features on the interior that are valuable. For example, the late 19th century newel posts here, some of the woodwork, window surrounds and that sort of thing. But It's essentially a clean slate on the inside. Whoever buys the property could do quite a bit with it. We, on the commission, tried to see how we could expand the house and still preserve the historical features, and produced a diagram showing how that might happen, so that we defined a limited area where an addition could occur, not affect the character of the house, not affect the character of the carriage house, and be similar to houses in the neighborhood that have had additions, like the one catty corner across the street, which you see on the right side of the photograph. We went to an appraiser. The appraised value of the house, as you can see, is, let me see, I can't read that, so, $875,000. The appraiser says the value of the house with a preservation restriction on it, that is preserving the most important features of the outside and inside of the house, the value of the house after the restrictions placed on the house would be $575,000. The value of the restriction is therefore $300,000. The commission is asking for $306,000. The $6,000 being to handle administrative costs to administer the deed restriction. So to do this, we need town meeting vote to authorize the $300,000 for the preservation deed restriction that we think would save this house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adela. Does anyone else wish to be heard on Mr. Wagner's motion? Yes. Sure. Come on up.
Melissa Crocker, 56 River Road. So if we get $306,000, do we then, what happens to the house? Like, I know the house has been a FISBO for years. Are we going to buy the house, or are we? How does the preservation restriction work? And what do we get for the 306?
The next step would be to hire a consultant to write a preservation deed restriction on the house, which would preserve the house and the carriage house and their important architectural features in perpetuity. The house would still belong to the owner. It would just have a deed restriction on it. It would limit what anybody who bought the house and the owner himself could do to the house, to expand it or to restore or to renovate it. But again, this house has a limited number of historically important features, so that I think the commission and the owner could work together to develop a restoration and renovation plan that would actually work. But the product would be a preservation restriction prepared by a consultant that would be filed at the Registry of Deeds and run in perpetuity.
We have a question from the gymnasium.
This is just...
Yes, go ahead, Caddy.
Jack Chase, 15 Conant Road. I'm bewildered by this preserving features inside the house that no one can see about except the owner. Why is the town paying for something like that to say, oh, we have one, trust me, it's in this house, but no one can see it except the owner? Why are we paying for it?
Mr. Adela?
We're actually preserving the whole house. And the major features of this that are worth preserving, I think, are on the exterior. So that's the whole idea, that we're paying the owner $300,000 to preserve the important historical features of the house, most of which are on the exterior.
Is there public access to any point
That would be part of what the commission would negotiate with the property owner. The question was, would there be public access to the house after the deed restriction was in place? And the answer to that is, that's something that the commission would negotiate with the owner. This authorization just allows the commission to negotiate with the owner to develop a deed restriction and the elements of that deed restriction.
Thank you, Mr. Adelot. Yeah.
Rebecca Cantor, 16 Woodchester Drive. I was just curious if you were planning to allow for rigid insulation and greater insulation inside the property as well, given that it's so old and probably quite leaky and energy inefficient.
Right. Typically, the deed restrictions for houses like this don't deal with what you do inside the walls. So the idea would be that you'd insulate the house just as though you would insulate any other house.
Although the rigid board insulation would have to be on the exterior with the siding then reapplied.
Well, there are different insulation strategies, and I don't think we have to go through all of them now. One of them would be to foam insulate the wall between the sheathing and the plaster finish on the inside. That's one possibility. Another, probably less effective strategy would be to put rigid board on the outside of the house. But the most effective strategy that would not affect the appearance of the house would be the one that the commission would probably approve.
Thank you, Mr. Adelot. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes.
Ellie Pendergast, 59 Wellesley Street.
Ms. Pendergast.
Al, you might want to I suggest maybe giving an example. There was a house on Conant Road, I remember we sold, where there was a deed restriction, and there was a nice addition in the back. People might be aware of, just so, maybe a little example.
Louder, please.
Right, there are a number of examples around town of houses that have deed restrictions where, you know, the results are, I think, have been successful. The one that Ellie was just mentioning was 118 Conant Road, but there's the Whitney Tavern on North Avenue. There are the Coburn houses on Church Street, the two of them, 171 and 153. There's the old, I call it the Wacker House on the Post Road at the intersection of the Post Road bypass and the Post Road, the big old Victorian that got renovated a few years ago. So there are a number of them around town, and all of them were hanging by a thread, literally. And the town managed to preserve them, and it's been a success.
We have another question in the gymnasium.
In the gymnasium, and then here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rob Lockhart. I live at 823 Boston Post Road.
Mr. Lockhart.
I just wanted to, say that I think this is a worthy cause. I'm going to pull the mask down, sorry. I think this is a worthy cause to preserve the character of Weston. And if I understand correctly, the owner wanted to tear the whole thing down. And that's a beautiful house that contributes a lot to the community. So, I plan to vote yes on this, and just wanted to encourage folks to think about the impact and the value. Once, you can tear it down, put another house in it, then it won't be old, it won't be historic. And it's important for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, Brendan, Tennessee.
Could you come up so that they can hear you in the other room?
Brendan Hennessy, 3 Apple Crest Road.
Yep, Mr. Hennessy.
I think a question I just want to ask is, has the owner agreed to this negotiated price, or does that still need to happen? And if they don't agree, does the demolition delay still go through? Thank you.
The demolition delay, sunset date is the end of May. So the delay, there is no longer a delay on demolition after that that date. This vote just enables the commission to have serious negotiations with the owner about preserving the house. It doesn't commit the owner to anything yet. That still needs to be worked out, but we can't negotiate unless we have an authorization from town meeting.
Thank you.
Another question from the gymnasium?
I'm going to let that question from the gymnasium
Yeah,
come through.
I have a question. My name is David Sunderland. I'm on 73 Concord Road. Let me just see if I understand this correctly. We're going to, if you're authorized to spend this money, the gentleman who owns the house, by the way, this is the house that has the garage that's falling down, right?
It's listing to starboard, but actually structurally it's not in bad shape. It just needs to be pulled back into a vertical position.
Okay. So it certainly needs to be, it certainly needs to be done, right? So he's gonna get, he'll end up with $300,000, and if he sold the house instantly, someone would pay him $575. Together with your $300, that gives him his $875. So the town is paying $300 and some thousand because it's a pretty house to look at, just like comparable with what you guys hope would be for other historical houses. Have I got that right?
It's not because it's a pretty house to look at. Most houses in Weston are pretty houses to look at. It's a house with a history. It's an important house in a historical district, and we felt that needed to be preserved.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ford car on 33 Pembroke. Just to sort of put it in a plain English, I guess, because a lot of people sort of, what are we getting out of this $300,000? And so if you cut that up into, every resident of the town, it's really not a lot of money, and we all benefit from it. It's a very visible house on the main street through the center of town. It's not a garage. It actually was built for a horse. So it's actually, it's a lot more historic than a falling down garage. So we are all benefiting from this. The owner gets the extra money and gets the full market value, but the benefit for all of us is that the new owner can't alter that. And so we will always get to enjoy the little barn in the house with the history. So it's really not a lot of money to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard, or are we ready to vote? I think we're ready to vote. So on Mr. Wagner's motion under Article 33, if you're in favor of it, press number 1 when the light goes on. If you're opposed, press 2. It requires a majority vote, and the light is on. The vote is closed, and Mr. Wagner's motion passes by a vote of 110 to 43 to 2 abstentions. So now we would proceed to Article 34. I understand that motion is, that article is to be passed over, so I would entertain a motion to pass over Article 34 and dissolve the meeting. I hear a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Thank you all very much for your stand-up. Have a good night.